Good day and good evening, and welcome to Palace of the Dead with me, Caetsu Chaiji. But you can just call me Kai. I know that this is, oh boy, ultimate week release, but some people don't actually care, and some people just want to watch something else. And, I mean, we have a tradition here with, well, doing something else, and in this case it's Palace of the Dead solo. So I hope some of you will enjoy that with me. Maybe a little bit of break of that world first race, or maybe you weren't watching it at all, or maybe you're watching both. With that said, hey Yannick, hey Ardell, hey Delane, hey Menali, hey Giraheen, hey Gastragoon, hey Rillian, hey Ceres, hey Bluefish, hey Nox, hey Zaf. Hope you're all doing very well. Let's see. Bluefish says, does Kofi let you toss some money just the once? Yeah, I do believe so. Like, the whole idea with Kofi is that you can just, you know, buy the person, you know, a cup of coffee. Like, that's kind of the logic. So it makes sense that it would. Hey Agent Monica, hope you're doing well. Yurien says, so next ultimate release, different thing will be actually doing the ultimate? I don't know. I would actually be shocked if by the time the next ultimate comes out, that our static is so well prepared that we would actually be doing that on release day. And, like, actually, more precisely, be prepared, like, be capable of doing it, choosing to be prepared to do it, and then also choosing to do it. Like, all those things at once. Then it starts to get a little bit, Like, I'm pretty sure last time an ultimate released, I think I can't remember if I just did a solo challenge stream, like, dungeons. Or if it was just dailies. But I do remember that I do believe that I was also streaming that time. Because it was Tuesday. It was Tuesday. But it does look crazy. Next ultimate release day, he will run this ultimate. Palace of the Dead, imagine if they did. What would happen if they released Deep Dungeon Ultimate? How would that even work? Based on what I can see, Nox, that has to be on your end. You have to do Godfather and Behemoth at the same time? Eureka authors mobs with Heaven on High mob auto attacks. I'm guessing that Heaven on High mobs do crazy high auto attack damage. And then I know Eureka authors has, like, every single mob has some sort of mechanic that kills you if you do it wrong. That would be wild. That is an interesting question. If you had, like, a 4-man team, right? Like an actual 4-man team in Palace of the Dead. And you had to fight the Godfather and Behemoth at the same time. They don't, like, do this thing where they even out their HP. Like, you can choose to kill one off first and then the other. What would you do? I would assume that the obvious solution would be to kill off the Godfather first, because the Godfather does not have a DPS check. Like, it has a regular DPS check, whereas Behemoth has a a substantial DPS check. And obviously, the ultimate version would mean they would have more HP. Do we know when the variant dungeon are coming? Hey! Oh, well, now I know that the bot is working. Well, thank you so much, Kobold. I'm guessing that's Bluefish. I think that I can't remember if I've seen the bot ever say something on in stream before. But it looks like it's working. I was worried it wasn't. But yeah, thank you so much, Kobold. That is very much appreciated. Bot surprise. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You have inadvertently tested the bot. You see, on the last sets of Heaven on High, a Mimic attacks for 9,000 base, and it can crit. And the tank is like 24,000 HP. Oh boy. I'm guessing it crits. How much harder do mobs crit for? Is it double damage, or is it 40% more damage? Yeah, thank you so much for the support, Bluefish. That is very much appreciated. We should also get started here. Guess it does matter. Maybe not on these next boss. Until run start, then it's back to MSQ for this barely pink lizard. I mean, you're kind of pink. Although I will say, those ninja paints are awkward, aren't they? Paints. Yeah, exactly. Barely a skirt. Also, I didn't mean to ignore you, Bobomet, but I hope you're doing well, and thank you for the support, and welcome to the Cult of the Pink. Thanks so much. Nee, Senkerkrieg, hope you're doing well. I think it's been a bit. Where do you get the dyeable version of the ninja job gear? Oh! Straight up just strength at the entrance. And that's nice, Booberman. I've actually heard from a bunch that that was the case. I will say, as just some guy, it is pretty funny to see my channel name like on a chart where like I know like in this case it's gaming, but it's a little bit like how you like see those like people share like what music they were listening to throughout the year on Spotify or something. And then instead of like seeing some well-known name, you see yourself. That is true, Delane. Oh, I just realized that I goofed this. Did I already ruin it? No, not quite. But that would have been very awkward. I was supposed to look at it. I was supposed to look at it. That would have been a funny way to start the stream. Streamer so distracted by talking about something else that he manages to die on the first floor of the stream. Hey Solis Luna, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. That is very much appreciated. Yeah, I could imagine that, Ridleyan. Like, the thing is, part of the reason why... Wow, I'm just getting the Toad Patrols all day here. Part of the reason why games rarely do that, and for those that are like, do what? Basically, the conversation went that I think it's more interesting if, like, like a boss fight is like more of a back and forth, where like it takes a while to heal back up after that big hit, but the boss doesn't just like barrage you with constant crazy damage. Like it takes a bit. So like maybe it'll hit you for half of your HP as a raid wide, and then like you have some time to recover a bit, but you really have to choose to recover. And then like you fight a little bit back and forth instead of the boss just going 90% of your HP, and you can then instantly heal back up by using cooldowns and whatnot. Like it being more of like a slow-paced fight. And thank you for the support, Sangerkrieg. It is very nice, thank you. And welcome back into the Cult of the Pink. I think Bubomid is also a welcome back now that I think on it. Looking at the icon, and I actually do remember the name as well. The Returners! But the reason why it can be hard to design combat like that is because it's not too hard to design it necessarily, but it can be hard to design it in a way where it stays challenging, because I actually remember, and everyone get your bingo cards ready. I remember that World of Warcraft tried this. With Warlords of Draenor, they mega nerfed all damage output and healing so that it actually was meant to be like it took time to recover from damage. It took time. And instead of bosses just bashing you into the floor with every attack, so you had to instantly heal someone back up or they would die, bosses would do less damage, but then like it also was harder to recover. The thing is, let's say that the boss does like let's say that a like an overtuned boss, like the stuff that we might fight in like in a game like Final Fantasy XIV here, and when I mean overtuned, I mean like in insane amounts of damage per attack, does like 50% of your HP per time, whereas a more slow-paced boss might do 10% per the same time. But it's also really hard for, and yeah, I'm exaggerating the numbers here to prove a point. And they're only doing 10% of your HP over that same time frame. Then the problem is that then, in a weird way, your HP becomes more of a resource than it already was. If the boss does like most of your HP bar with every meaningful attack, then the difference between being dead or not dead is almost the same as having having 50% HP, or actually having 100% HP or not having 100% HP. Which means that your HP is not really a resource you can play around, because either you have it or you don't. Whereas if the boss doesn't kill you from anything like other than like it's like it's going to break you down, tear you down over a long period of time, then it means that there's a much higher probability that, you know, like if you take, say, hypothetically, if a boss does like 10% of your HP and damage per second. Like, just for the sake of example. So, on the tank, obviously, it does 10% of your HP and damage per second. But your healers can somewhat cheaply heal you for 8% of your HP per second. It's like one healer can like push back with 8% of their own, so like the combined result is that you take 2% of your HP and damage per second. If this boss fight only takes... Oh, I got the mimic result. Whoops. If this boss fight takes 50 seconds, like it's one of those really fast ones like in Fall of Sirius, then it doesn't actually matter that the tank is slowly dying over the course of the fight. Because the boss will die first, even though the healer's just like half-seas on actually healing you. It's good enough. You will be alive for long enough that the boss will die first. I just realized that I could have waited like 3 seconds and avoided this. Oh. We already have Fortune. Flap. Womp womp. So that's kind of the problem, is that it doesn't mean that the players will, like, necessarily, like, because we're talking optimization here, it means that they will not necessarily actually play ball with this, like, more long-term fighting style where, like, you're meant to, like, maintain your tank. Like, they need to be healthy, but they don't have to be topped up because the boss isn't going to one-shot them. But, like, you have time to build up to the point where it becomes a problem. Or if it becomes a problem. You have time for that. I should have used Fortune. What players will do for optimization reasons is then instead, I will just only give you the HP you need to finish the fight. Which technically would also happen in the current state of affairs. It's just that most attacks require that you actually are topped up. So it is really, really, really hard to design a fight. You know, and also potentially a fighting game. Like, the game design itself also relies on this a little bit. It's going to be really hard to design it in a balanced way such that players can play in this slower pace without it just being, like there's a reason why there is this kind of metagaming in D&D and things like that, to some degree, where some players will be like, no, I'm not going to heal them, because if I heal them, they'll just get killed by the next attack anyway, so I might as well just let them drop to the floor, and then I heal them. Then they basically tanked more damage than if I had just healed them first. Which is really weird in, like, an RP point of view, but it makes sense strategically. And if you don't have that kind of damage, then you might end up in a situation where, like, having a healer doesn't really matter because you can just recover after the fight because there's not enough damage coming out from the enemies. Unless it's a really, I forgot to get the intuition on the last floor. Really long fight, and it actually wears you down. So again, it's really, really hard to do this in a way where it doesn't get abused by the players in some way. Although, of course, there is the alternative point of view that, I mean, with D&D, like, to some capacity, there's, you know, house rules and stuff. You can be like, nah, don't do that. Like, you wouldn't do that in a real, like, if you were actual, like, people in a world, you wouldn't do that. Just let someone, like, fall to death's door because it's convenient. You wouldn't do that, so don't do that. Like, there's something there. And Nox says, did you raid in Walls of Draenor? Actually, so I raided a large majority of Mr. Pandaria. I raided the entire duration that Siege of Orgrimmar was current, which was over a year for those curious. But I actually started at university around, like, the tail end of Mr. Pandaria. So when Walls of Draenor came out, I was like, I'm going to step down as a, like, Mythic Raider. I'll just play a little bit casually. And it took like a month before I realized that that's not actually fun either. So I didn't actually play most of Walls of Draenor. I came back for Legion. But I did actually raid in Walls of Draenor. Technically, like, by technicality, I did raid, because when I left the raiding guild I was in at the time, I joined a different raiding guild that was ran by some of my friends, just as a casual. Like, I was just there because, like, I was a friend they knew. So that was fine. But they obviously knew that I was a really, 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 really good tank. And I had a Death Knight leveled. Geared? But it was leveled. And one evening, while they were proccing Heroic Highmaul, they were on the final boss. One of their tanks had just left overnight. Like, just left the guild and everything overnight. So now they were a tank short. So they asked if I could do it. I was like, you are aware that I'm in blue gear, right? Like basically imagine that like you were in dungeon drops. Like, you're not in good gear. And you're skipping to a higher difficulty than like the supposed entry difficulty. And they said, it's fine. It's fine. You're probably good enough. And they had, like, I'm pretty sure that was the second or third session of proccing on that boss. I came in, they explained to me the mechanics that I needed to understand. My co-tank was someone that I knew reasonably well. And I think, if I remember correctly, we beat it and... Bro. Are you serious? I feel like I just got trolled. I sat there waiting for this chest, Ridley, only for it to be a mimic. But I believe we beat like we only had the final boss. Like they were progging on the final boss and they were missing a tank. And I'm pretty sure it was the second or third raid night that they had been progging on this boss specifically. So they explained to me the mechanics that I needed to understand. And we did it in like second pull. Second or third pull. From me never having done the fight. Beyond looking for raid, I think. Maybe. I'd basically never done it. To beating it. And that was when I went, you know what? I think I'm good. And then I unsubscribed. And then I came back in Legion. Or in the pre-patch to Legion, actually. Let's see. Says players are very good at adapting and exploiting things that don't require immediate response by analyzing timeline. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. By having the capacity, like by giving the players the option to go, wait a minute. It also gives the players the option to get a little too extreme on the optimization. Yannick says the problem with Erika authors, mobs, and parties. Any healer you bring will become a res mage. Delane says, did you check if your Wondrous Tales has deep dungeons this week? It does. But I actually made sure that it is nearly filled so that I could use some of my second chances to maybe get more lines. Yeah. Let's see. Couple says QDM using overflow instant death rules. You see, that is a way to overcome it. It's just go, yeah, well, I mean, if you take over a certain threshold of damage, then you just like skip past the past death's door and die. Oh no, Girahin, it was specifically heroic, but it would have been even funnier if it had been mythic. That would have been absolutely amazing. But that is like the difference from heroic to mythic, right? There is a difference, but there is a key difference is that if it had been mythic, then I might not have been able to it simply because of item level reasons. Meh. Every time I've died in D&D, the rest of the party is freaked out in character because it was never expected. Yeah, exactly. Like, that is how it's supposed to be, right? Can I exit now? It should have been me! Also, hey Ham, hope you're doing well. And Bakash. Is there like a proper race this time around for the ultimate? What do you mean? Was there not a proper race last time? But yeah, like, it's not entirely off the thing you said, Girahin. Like, it was still a case of clears just the final boss of the raid tier on heroic and then just leaves. Like, I'm good. Like, I genuinely, it was like, I did that run and was like, I'm not joining your raid team for this. Like, you have to find a replacement tank that isn't me, because I'm not joining the raid team. And then I unsubscribed like the week after. Eh. 12 minutes of respawn farming. I remember my first few goes at like initial like starts on soloing Palace of the Dead. Like it never got to a point where I actually had like gotten far enough that it would call it like a proper attempt. I would like farm mobs on whatever floor I happen to be on. Oh. Okay, that one just spawned out of nowhere, huh? I would farm on the last floor, like on the floor 9 of the set, until the time was running out. And then go on to the to beat the boss, so that I was sure that I wasn't behind on levels. Hey Bonzi and Sally, hope you're doing well. I can say that the previous race, there was still the previous ultimate, there was still like some amount of race, but it I think it might not have been covered as it might not have been as well structured. Yeah, that is also an important detail, that not all of the racers are streaming at all. And that's also still that is an interesting thing, isn't it? You're in a race to beat this thing first, and you're basically broadcasting all of the secrets that your team figures out. Zabs is pulling M2N wipes at 9 minutes at 35%. That's a long pull. Wow, that's a long pull. It's like if that hadn't been a wipe, there would still be a third of the fight left. You know, Yannick, it does kind of make sense though, doesn't it? But you know what's the saddest part? With going, I won't believe that they're not cheating if they're not recording their gameplay, is you can set up your OBS to only capture Final Fantasy XIV. And then you can have something like, well, you'd have to set up the timers yourself because it's like in the middle of prog, right? So like it wouldn't know. But you would be able to have DPS meters, cact bot, whatnot on the other screen. So, like, even though you're recording, you could still be cheating. But I do understand the sentiment that the most effective way, or at least a way to make it more likely that you're not cheating, is to, like, prove it. And that is also an interesting counterpoint, Yannick. Funny you say no clippy is cheating on your 5 ms Japanese delay. And that is where it starts to get complicated. When is it cheating and when is it just, like, evening out an unfair advantage? Speedrunners have the same standard in most communities. That's true, and even if you're recording, it is very regular that people find out ways to cheat it anyway. They often get caught eventually, but that doesn't change the fact that even though it's caught on camera, it could still be be faked. Oh, I was really hoping. I guess you'll die too then. But yeah, it is a difficult one, because essentially the amount of people that may have cheated in various games and ways have ruined the possibility of, like, it has ruined the trust on entirely legitimate players. Have you seen how far you can zoom out when using an ultra-wide monitor? It's almost zoom hack levels. I'm pretty sure that it's mostly just a case of it'll be a really wide screen, because that's what it does. Like, you'll be able to see really far to the sides, not far up and down, as far as I know. But no, I have not checked that. Yeah, I don't know if the game has a weird interaction with ultra-wide monitors. I'm pretty sure it would just give you more width. Because I can say this is a 4K monitor, and this is as far as I can zoom out. It doesn't go further than this. So it could be a weird, janky interaction with ultra-wide monitors or something. But I am pretty sure that it's usually just that you can see more width. Not more height, which is the difference. Like, that's what difference it makes between being able to zoom out really far. Is that being able to zoom out really far means that you can also, like, you can see really far in all 4 directions. Whereas having a wide monitor means you can see the empty space to the left and right of your character, which I'm sure is helpful. Thank you, Necrofits and Rust. Hope you're doing well. That is an interesting idea, Yannick. But do be careful with that. Because if the wrong person sees it and manages to, like, how should I say it, spin it the wrong way, there is a possibility that it'll be received wrong. Even though you had good intentions. Like, it only goes as far as, oh, you know you can do that, you have the capacity to do that. You might have done that with your actual, like, main character. Who's to say? I guess we'll have to assume you did. Like, that kind of leap in logic. Mages, I am like 100% sure that it doesn't cost $30 every month to play Final Fantasy XIV. It's a lot cheaper than that. I think it's like 10. Not only is the more expensive sub $15, but there is a cheaper one. But what if they're Canadian dollars? Then I don't know. Thank you, Gyarados. What was the downsides of the cheaper sub again? You can only have one character per world, I believe. Is it 8 per data center? I think they might have changed it. Yeah, basically, mages, no. There isn't a cheaper, like there isn't an alternative. But it's not $30. It's closer to 10. But you have to buy the game, of course. But there is also another cheaper alternative, mages, because Final Fantasy XIV's free trial has infinite playtime. You can play as long as you like. Up to level 70. With most of the content of the game fully available to you for free. $0. No monthly subscription. You just play as much as you like. But you cannot trade with other players. You have a limit on how much money you can carry. There's a reasonably tighter limit on how much inventory space you have in total. And you can't make your own parties. Other people have to do that. But you can play most of the game. You subbed once and bought all the DLC. Well, there's the problem then. Because once you buy the game, it is subscription only. And there's no going back aside from making another account. Which you could do if you want. Flight, sure. Yeah, that is true. I do remember that. The way that Steam presents Final Fantasy XIV is that it kind of leads with the starter pack. And if you buy that, then you basically opt yourself out of the free trial immediately. I think I've also heard something weird about if you start your free trial. If you start your free trial on Steam and then stop playing for a while, then I don't know how that works, but I've heard some people say that effectively Steam forgot that you had a free trial. And then you just don't have a free trial anymore. You don't have the game either, so like now you just you can't play until you pay. Something weird like that. I don't know the details, but that's just something that I've heard. But yeah, it should not be $30 per month. It was mentioned it was $30 for every 3 months. And that was that $30? In before chat went silent because everyone went to check. Everyone has Steam open looking at how the Final Fantasy XIV page looks. You're on the Mark Station page. Well, there you go. But it can be difficult to find out exactly what the price is. Also because there are a lot of ways, like a lot of options to pay with. Like, if you manage to confuse yourself enough, you might see the prices of having extra retainers. I'll try my best, Yannick. Mimic transfer. Uh-oh. Apparently I transferred a Biloco to my backside instead. That could explain it, Zangerkrieg. The free trial on Steam counts as a demo, so Steam will automatically remove it every now and then for some reason. That is weird. We have found the... Hello. The exit. Bam. How's he, Darth? Hope you're doing well. WoW removed 1 month cards a while back. Was that ever a thing? When was that a thing? I remember when I got into World of Warcraft originally, my family, like the entire family, did not own like a credit card of some sort. So monthly subscription was not an option. We could buy 2-month prepaid game time at like various stores that sold games. 1 month was not an option. It was 2 months or nothing. And it was also slightly more expensive than having like an actual subscription, because obviously it's an object that contains the the card with the game time. Yeah, that makes sense, Nox. I've heard the same. But on my end, I just bought it from the source because I was like, that makes sense to me. I've since learned in my life that it isn't always a good idea to buy it from the source. And what I mean by that is that it's not always optimal to do that. Actually, a mildly funny story, I guess, from a few years ago. Several years, I would actually say, is I had a relatively old, really old smartphone, granted, but it was very slow and very old. So when I finally replaced it, I bought like a new OnePlus at the time, where like those phones were like, they were considered really good. And within the week where I bought it, I managed to drop it and completely, totally destroy it. Like, it like half the screen was no longer functional. So I was like, well, I have to buy a new phone then. And my logic was, well, if I'm that clumsy that I drop my phone that fast, I should buy a really sturdy phone that can take being dropped. Right? Like, that kind of makes sense. So there are these phones called cat phones. They're made by, like, a company that also makes, like, heavy-duty, like, heavy-duty vehicles. And they also make phones for some reason. I bought it from them, like, from their own website, which is British. That wasn't a problem initially. Except they only gave me a British charger. That's a problem, because that doesn't go in a Danish plug. Fortunately, I had chargers from previous phones that worked. But that's when I learned to not buy directly from them. The bad news didn't quite end there, though. That phone had a pathetic amount of storage space, and it was not very fast considering its price. So it didn't take that long before I felt I had to replace it again. And I replaced it with another cat phone, which was significantly more expensive, yet despite it having space, it was so slow, so insanely slow, that it didn't take too long before I replaced it again. The phone that I have now is still reasonably fast, even though it's like, I think at least 5 years old. Let's just say that that expensive working phone, essentially, spent so much of the money on making it tanky that they forgot that the phone also has to work. The worst experience I had with that phone was so I was still going to university at the time, and I was going to visit a friend who lived like in the area, but I couldn't remember the way to their place, so it's like I had to, use GPS. But the phone was so slow that like I opened Google Maps and it sat there thinking about it for like 5 minutes, and then it crashed. And I tried to open it again. It just didn't. And the thing is that it was like pouring rain, and it was out in the middle of nowhere. Like I couldn't hide under anything. And so I just went, oh, okay, I'll try and find it myself, and like continued onward a bit. Like I could remember some of the way there, but not the full way, so I went a little further, and then when I had to give up, I grabbed the phone and checked again, and then it could open Google Maps for some reason, but I was drenched at that point. And that was when I concluded that my phone is not capable of doing the things that it needs to do. So I replaced it. But it was very sturdy. You could probably hammer in like a nail with the phone, and it would be fine. I'll take the charge if you don't want it, Zip says. I don't think I have it anymore. I'm pretty sure I sold the phone to a friend who had like a parent who happened to live in the UK anyway. Thankfully, all of the Scandinavia all uses the same outlets, right? I think so. I think so. It's made for people working in construction and stuff. Yes, exactly. Like, that's the thing, is that the phone was made to be really, really sturdy for construction workers. Like, the kind of advertisement you'll see for that phone is like a giant vehicle driving over the phone, and then they grab the phone and turn it on, and it still works. Funny thing, construction people love mobile phone games. See, that's the weirdest part, Yannick, because I'm pretty sure that that phone, which, by the way, was one of the more expensive ones they had, I don't think it could play games. Like, mostly because it would be so weak. I would have trouble actually running the game. But yeah, food for thought. Remember to check the, like, read the specs of the phone. So you're sure that the phone is capable of doing what you want it to do before you pay for it. So you don't awkwardly have a phone that isn't actually good enough. Almost all outlets in Sweden are now grounded. Most outlets in Denmark are also grounded. But the grounding part is optional. You can actually buy a lot of like extension cords with multiple slots in them that have a fake grounding slot. Like, it doesn't do anything, but it's there in case the thing you put in it has like the piece, so it requires it. Now I have to go back and look for the treasure. Kasadi says, for some reason I do not trust the grounding. Oh, see, the thing is, Kasadi, you don't have to trust the grounding. You shouldn't need it. But in case you do, it's good that it's there. Like, that's the important part. It doesn't matter. Like, ultimately, it doesn't matter whether it works or not until it matters. So you don't have to trust it. Just assume that it is, like, actually assume that it isn't working. Use it like it isn't working. And then if it is working, you'll know when the danger strikes. And then if it happened to work, then good for you. 5 rooms, 2 lurings, and a classic. Fortune scam? I'm sad that I didn't make it to this room. Will nonetheless pull the plugs when I hear thunder, and it's close enough. Fair enough. Grounding pain won't save your electronics from voltage spikes. Yeah. In my experience, it feels like it depends on where you live as well. The only times that I've had power outages in this apartment was when I moved in. One of my lamps which was like a newly bought like lamp stand, had a faulty light bulb in it. So when the lamp got plugged in, it just went. So that was fun. That was also convenient because that meant that my dad could teach me how to deal with that, which I had never had to before. So very nice. And I think I might have had an outage once more, like, since, but I can't remember what it was. But aside from that, the one time I had, like, a major power outage was, like, the entire city lost power. Or at least the entire area of the city that I was in lost power for, like, 2 hours. So, like, that wasn't even thunder. Hey, Bronzome, hope you're doing well. And thank you for celebrating 8 months as part of Cult of the Pink. Thank you so much for the support. How are things over here? I mean, we're slowly progressing. I don't know what Blade of Suffering is, but I don't want to suffer, so you get interrupted. Get dabbed on or something? I don't know. I think I'll figure out what Blade of Suffering is now. This is really awkward. Just slowly walking down a hallway with 2 patrols coming at you. Hey, Judgment Dragon! Hope you're doing well. And good luck with your mouse and keyboard project. Again, to continue on the story with the power outages stuff, the reason why it matters to me how few times I've had power outage problems at all is the fact that the house I lived in with my parents many years ago was the kind of house where it was so likely that you would have a power outage whenever there was a thunderstorm, that the default was you hear a rumbling out in the distance, it means that everything gets turned off. You're in the middle of a dungeon or something in World of Warcraft? Not anymore, you're not. Which was very annoying. But still understandable, right? Like, who has to listen to the wails of the damned from the child who lost their PC if it goes bad? I mean, that is true. I think Cobalt, in regards to materia, that it's really weird because it's very specific. I think it's like grade 4 materia are particularly valuable because combat materia, because they're used for relics. I'm also they're not super duper valuable, but low grade crafter and gatherer materia can sometimes fetch decent price. Mainly because they have a higher chance of successfully being overmilled, and also that they have a much higher recovery rate, if it isn't outright guaranteed. I can't remember exactly. So it's more like you save money by buying the slightly cheaper, yet still kind of expensive, low-grade materia if you don't need any more. Yeah, exactly, Darth. That was kind of what I was thinking of, is that there is a point where, the 5th materia that you're melding as a crafter or gatherer, it's well, you're not going to get all of the stats out anyway, so use a lower grade, increase your odds. I hear a Dullahan. What's with them go? What's this body system they have going? Also, wait a minute. Isn't the whole point of a Dullahan is that they carry their heads or something? He has a helmet. Am I stupid? Or isn't that what a Dullahan is? Is they carry their head or something? Maybe the helmets are just there, but they're empty. Whereas the pictures of Dullahans in Japan have heads? Oh. Well, I meant more they carry it, right? They don't, when you say they have heads, I'm yeah, the ones I'm thinking of also do, but I mean, in their hand. Was that wrong? Maybe the detached head is in the helmet? Ah! They figured it out. I found the place to put my head so that I don't lose it. I have this perfectly convenient neck to place it on. I just screw the head on like... There you go. That's attached. Way smarter than carrying it in my hand. Also, that does sound concerning, Judgment Dragon, with people crashing into you. Yeah. Wait, what? What are you doing in this room? This is an onion room, Spriggan. Get out of here. This is onion land. Onion land. This. Ooh, strength. Nice. Sweet. In your onion room, thanks to an alteration, you have another alteration. Is there any important pay in game other than subscription and DLC? No. There is no pay to win in Final Fantasy XIV. There is no such thing. There are things you can buy, but at best, they give a minuscule advantage that is not combat related. And by I mean minuscule advantage, I mean... like, there are mounts that have more... like, that can house more people than the biggest mounts that you can find in-game. But you don't need that. It's entirely optional. There is also a mount that gets access to a slight speed boost sooner than you might be able to get it, like, actually in-game. But it doesn't matter in, like, 99.9% of the game. So, again, you don't need it. Everything else is more like time save. Like, you can buy a skip in leveling. Or skip the story. But it doesn't, like, I would say, like, as someone who actually enjoys leveling, fight me, that's actually, like, you're paying to lose game. There's also white and black dye, but the white and black dye that you can buy from the store is not tradable. So, motorcycle, I suppose, is nice on expansion release. Yeah, mildly. Hey, Knight, hope you're doing well. The only remotely pay-to-win thing is the pre-order earrings each new expansion, but it's really not all that big of a thing either. True. Like, an important thing is that, genuinely, how many level their jobs by just spamming the highest level dungeon they have available to them? Because I'm pretty sure your average player levels by doing, like, their dailies. And by the time they finish their dailies, you need to have a lot of time to then also go, oh, I could like spam dungeons for a few hours. And the thing is, the XP boost from those pre-order earrings only boost. I have a whole joke about this in my leveling guide. They only give XP from defeating enemies, which means that that daily bonus from your leveling roulette, not boosted. That bonus from your trial roulette, not boosted. All your challenge log, not boosted. So because those are not boosted, it means that a lot... Bruh. That's, a little awkward. But yeah, they like to in short, mages, if you have bought the expansions or DLC as we call it, thank you, Ardell, then the subscription is the only other thing that you need to pay for. Everything else is 100% optional. You don't need it. And the things that might be helpful are so minimally helpful that it doesn't matter. You're not going to be at a disadvantage because you don't have it. You can trust me on that. I like on that note, I don't have that motorcycle. And I have never bought a level skip. I do have the 8-seater mount though, but given that I frequently have a squad of people following me around on stream and things like that, it sort of makes sense. Play with joystick, is it difficult to control because we have a lot of skills? I think that it is exceptionally difficult to I did it again to play on a controller. But there are a lot of people that play on controller, and they can play the game just as well as someone who plays on mouse and keyboard. So it's just a matter of play with what you like. And that should be good enough. If it would be weird if the game... Oh, that was good that I didn't step in that earlier. It would be weird if the game offered controller and then it's just not even competitively relevant, right? Wearing the maid outfit gives you a plus 10% chance to get tailed. Thank you, Aradil. It would be weird. Okay, that's what WoW's doing, Lamau. Isn't it perfectly viable to play on controller in World of Warcraft? Or did they make it badly? I've heard that World of Warcraft has controller support, but I don't know exactly how it was implemented. I remember that someone back in Legion messed around with, I think it was an add-on in World of Warcraft that enabled controller support. I saw it through someone named Kaif here on YouTube. Yeah, exactly, the Salt Raiders. So I don't know if it has official support. Wow, a max potion. Wow, I'm so lucky. I'm totally running out of those. Oh man. What would I have done if I hadn't found another max potion? I was running out of those. Yeah. Whew. Good thing I have a pot. Which YouTuber uses controller? Oh, I don't know. Many. I'm pretty sure if you look around enough, you'll find Final Fantasy XIV content creators of every control type. Drag from Nest. There you go. And I'm confident there's every control type because but like there are like people playing with just a keyboard, and like there are clickers that are content creators that also play hard content. Brunsum says, the only people I know that use keyboard are Kai, Mr. Heavy, and Zepler. Well, I don't know which content creators you know, so... I was like, oh, I can't remember the context, but I do remember, like, there's this, I think it was like a tweet where someone's like, I don't know anyone who's like so-and-so, and then there's like a comment that immediately is like, well, I am like that. And then like the OP is like, okay, but I don't know you, so. So checkmate. There's videos of people clearing the hardest content in the game while being a clicker. All you need is practice. I could, like, I've told this story before, but like when I was doing Season 1, Crystalline Conflict, aiming for Crystal rank, one of the best white mages in my bracket, you could say, I discovered streamed when they were playing. And I tuned in once to just see, and that's when I realized that they were a clicker in PvP. And like that's the thing, is that the reason why like I think we actually talked about this exactly on the previous Palace of the Dead solo stream, but the reason why so many people get so mean about clickers in Final Fantasy XIV is because it's like, I actually said this, I know I have said this on a previous stream, the opposite of survivorship bias. The bad clickers are the players that play so badly that you ask them, and then it comes up in conversation, and it turns out that they're a clicker, and then it's very easy to blame that. Like, that's probably the reason why you're bad, even though it's not. It could have an effect on it, but that's probably not the reason. Why it actually, that is an interesting, I guess that's an interesting conversation, Yannick. Why is it you're a clicker on Dark Knight, but not on other jobs? Wouldn't it be very confusing to have to switch between how you play it? And that's a legitimate question. I'm not like, huh, that's weird. That's kind of the idea that it also gone with, Darth. But I think it's like that's a meaner way to put it, the way that I put it. And I think I put that in the video Erdal linked earlier about comparing controller and keyboard. Is that you might have a higher ceiling. Like, you might have a greater potential if you use keybinds instead of clicking. However, the key here, and this is actually the same as thank you, Erdal. The same as how we look at optimization in Final Fantasy XIV. You can do the mostest damage ever possible on, like, in ever the game, but like 80 or 90% of that is already kind of impressive. You don't need 100%. You probably don't even need 80% for the Savage Raid tiers and whatnot. Like, mechanics are probably the more important detail. As long as you play decently well, that's fine. Similarly, even though clicking might have slightly lower potential, it's way beyond the minimum requirement. So, like, the major problem with clicking in Final Fantasy XIV, or a different game for that matter, is it might take your attention away from mechanics. But again, with practice, you don't need to look as much. And again, ultimately, it only comes up if it's limiting someone's capacity to do something. That's also what I've talked about with, and yes, exactly, Kosavi, tribalism with control schemes. a lot of people that play on legacy controls, which is where like that's actually how you move your character, will almost outright say that you're intentionally playing badly, or as the kids say nowadays, you're actively trolling. If you're not playing on legacy controls. Because again, if you see someone playing on standard controls and it is actually hampering their ability to play well, it's usually very obvious that they're playing on standard controls and they're not playing against the weaknesses of standard controls. I'm playing on standard controls. And I'm having no problems. But some players will get hit by a mechanic because they're not moving fast enough, and they're not moving fast enough because they choose to backpedal out of it because this isn't fast enough. But yeah, exactly. Ultimately, and this is also what I said in that video, I'm pretty sure, if your chosen control scheme, whatever it is not impacting your ability to play the game, then who cares, right? Who cares? If you're able to do what you need to do, then that's fine. It's the same when people start arguing over how your UI is set up. Like, no, you need your HP bar closer to, like, the enemy HP bar closer to the hotbars. You can't have your buffs up there. Why do you have this box of jobs? It's just in the way. Yeah, well, it doesn't block my vision. And so on and so forth. It only becomes a problem when someone goes, well, you see, the reason why I can't do my burst correctly is because I have to, like, move my, like, I have to actually let go of the mouse and use my right hand to press, I don't know, expiation as a paladin, because I bound it to shift 0 for some reason. And I don't have an MMO mouse, so I can't just click it on my thumb grid or something. But that's not a problem for me. That's a problem for the user going, I can't do it. And that's when I swoop in and go, well, now we have a problem. If you say, I can't do X because UI reason, then there's something wrong with your UI. If you say, I can't move in time for X because of control scheme reasons, then there's a problem with your control scheme. And either you have to learn to deal with it, or you have to change it. Nox says, I played with someone that had their mouse in their left hand. They were bad, but not because of their control scheme. I mean, if they're left-handed... I did hear you mention that before, Yannick. But exactly, again, if I saw him play, I would probably be like, that's impressive. But as long as he doesn't start complaining about his own game setup, then I'm not going to complain either. What does play have to be with left hand? If someone has their mouse in their left hand, then my first thought is, surely you're left-handed then. That doesn't mean that they're bad. I didn't imply that. I just said, does that, like, do they have their mouse in their left hand because they're left-handed? And Nox says they were. Which means that it makes perfect sense that they had their mouse in their left hand. Even better if they had the chat? Who said that? I don't think anyone said that they were bad for it. Hey, FFXIV, hope you're doing well. They just were also making the same connection that I did, I think, Deadfish. That, oh, if they have their mouse in their left hand, they're probably left-handed. Hopefully they have, like, a left-handed mouse, in case that helps them. Oh no, it was just Nox were like, they had their mouse in their left hand. they were bad, but not because of the control scheme. And then Selly was like, "Oh, I guess they're left-handed." I understand that it could sound like that. I know that Selly wouldn't mean it like that. So that could just be that I understand that Selly didn't say it like that. It's like I have the from knowing Selly a little better. Don't worry about it. That's exactly what we're talking about here. Is that you can that's also a fair thing that Nox brings up, that someone could have an incredibly terrible control scheme, play the game in an idiotic way, and separately be bad at the game. Like, that's perfectly possible. Does Final Fantasy XIV support swapping the mouse angle for left hand? I don't think so. Like, I'm guessing mirroring the cursor? I don't think so. Sally says, "Why would you use your left hand if you're not left-handed?" I mean, yeah. In all PvP, does any equipment matter? Nope. Everyone is equal in PvP. You just get it, like, basically, you could be wearing nothing in PvP, and your stats would be the same as the guy in their full raid gear. They basically turn you into a generic job when you're in PvP. So gear doesn't matter in PvP. I just realized that I can exit this floor. And I don't actually want to deal with this house party in there. Use a Pomander while jumping forward. I'll keep that in mind when I'm going to use one. I'm guessing it means that you can move forward a little bit in the animation. Everyone is not equal. There's a lot of modding in PvP. Is there really? I'm just saying that I have heard people say, yeah, everyone's using hacks to make it so that they can insta-target someone. But I can do that with my mouse. Like, people complaining that the moment their guard goes down, they get sniped. Yeah, you held that guard for 4 seconds. Actually 5. We can probably guess when it's going down. And then all coordinate our burst. So it's possible. So I'm not saying that there isn't, but I'm just saying that there is some possibility that people are making a mountain out of a molehill. And it's also very easy to remember that obviously we all win due to our skillful players. They win thanks to their unfair hacks and cheats. I don't know about that one, Darth, and I don't know what it even would do. But I would say, based on what I see, that it doesn't seem to be a major deal. And I mean, the group leader drops a marker on them for people to follow and stay as a group. I mean, I see people do that. Is that cheating? To put a marker on yourself Is the danger Dorito is the safety triangle cheating? What? What do you mean? Okay, I can guarantee then, Darth, that I have never seen that. Like, genuinely, I have never seen that. I have, however, seen in Crystalline Conflict, back when I was ranking in that a long time ago, that people would make actual macros, which is allowed, that would use marker 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to count down burst on someone. Which isn't cheating. Agent Monica says, whenever I play PvP, I feel like my attacks are the equivalent of a plushie hitting a brick wall. It's not entirely inaccurate. I believe they adjusted these numbers a bit. But so I might remember this wrong. I believe they changed it so that squishies, meaning like ranged jobs and such, take 30% less damage in frontline. And I'm pretty sure they made melees only take 40% less damage in frontline. Hey Lawrence, hope you're doing well. I think it's been a while. Wait, what was I talking about? Right, the brick wall thing. Squishies take like 30% less damage, and tankies essentially take 40% less damage, if I remember correctly. I think they nerfed like melee's damage reduction and buffed ranged damage reduction or something like that. Which does mean that when you're in front line, it feels a little bit like your attacks just go when they're supposed to really hit hard. And that's further impacted by the fact that frontline has battle high. That shouldn't help you defensively, but it indirectly does. Because every 20 points of battle high you have increments your battle high by 1. And each stage of battle high increases your output, universally output, by 10%. Meaning your damage done, your healing done, increased by 10%. Which means if you have no battle high, recuperate, you know, the universally accessible heal that everyone has, heals for 15,000. But that guy with full battle high that you're trying so hard to kill, and you even brought support to help you, that guy heals for 22.5 thousand with their recuperate, because they have 50% extra healing. And you just have to play around that fact. And that does mean that it might feel like your attacks just go when you attack someone. I'm guessing that there's more to that message, Nox. Very different from each other and surprisingly deep if you look into it. Yes. It's actually pretty funny, Nox, because I think the reason why we have this situation where people really want to label anyone who's bad as being bad for a specific reason is because a lot of people in the world are not very good at discerning those extra details. Like, a lot of people don't actually understand how to think further than how they feel themselves. As in, for example, Summoner is hands down, no competition, no discussion, the easiest DPS job in the game. Because I think it's easy. So therefore, everyone should think it's easy. A lot of people think it is easy. But that doesn't mean that it's easy for everyone. Similarly, a lot of players will be like, well, Final Fantasy XIV is incredibly easy. I picked it up just fine. And it's like, yeah, but how long have you been gaming in your life? Right, so you have years of World of Warcraft before Final Fantasy XIV, and the game plays nearly the same. Weird that you find it easy to pick up, huh? Which is why I usually make the joke that, well, yeah, Super Mario is easy. That is easy to start. Like, that is actually easy to pick up. But I've also used the comparison that try and imagine one of your parents playing Final Fantasy XIV. Exactly, Wind Wake. You already have those. You have built up the things to understand the MMO. Like, imagine one of your parents picking up Final Fantasy XIV. It's a little difficult if your parents happen to be gamers, but it still kind of works. The important thing is, imagine someone in your life that you know is bad at games picking up Final Fantasy XIV. How hard would they find it? How hard would they find Super Mario? Just to try. And there, I think it's easier to make the comparison that Final Fantasy XIV is not easy. It's just that relative to more complex games, Final Fantasy XIV isn't too hard, but it's not easy. Also, to your question, Mages, Viper is considered very easy at the moment. But it's also very fast. And you did mention you were, like, you didn't mention exactly where you were from, but you did mention something like third world country or something. So if you have latency issues at all, Viper might be a problem. Because it's really fast. There's a channel on YouTube somewhere that talks about gaming literacy and how big an effect it has when you give a non-gamer a game that seems easy. There you go. How do you explain rhythm to people who don't know music theory? Exactly. It's actually relatable to something that we sometimes make a little bit of fun of here on the channel, is the boomer savage raid slang. And either you know what I'm talking about, or you're like, what? A common example of a boomer savage raid, it isn't actually boomer, it's just that people use that to refer to how it's really old slang, is essentially that instead of referring to a mechanic on its name or what it looks like, they refer to it by the name of an old mechanic that looks the same. The classic example being Dynamo and Chariot, with Chariot meaning circle AoE, presumably centered on the enemy, and Dynamo meaning donut AoE, presumably centered around the enemy. And you hear that I say circle AoE because that makes, I would hope, you think, oh, so like a circle, right? Yes, exactly. And I say donut because a lot of people know what a donut looks like. So instead of using a term where you have to actually already know what it is beforehand to actually understand the term, I use a descriptive term. And a lot of people do that. But the thing is, if you're talking with like more old school Savage Raiders, if you use the definition of a mechanic they already know, that is more accurate than using a general term. Because you could say, like an example that I made the other day was that I realized when I was preparing for the P4S Mount Farm stream, that really late in the fight, which didn't come up in the stream because we just like steamrolled the fight too fast, but really late in the fight, it has a fulmination field. Like it straight up has fulmination field from M4S, overlapping with a different mechanic, but it's there. And I said to some of the people in my Savage Raid team that it has pizza places, which is what we call fulmination field. And they went, oh. Whereas if I had to explain it to them in more literal terms, it would have been like, oh, so that, you know, like there's like cone AoEs and they alternate. Like, oh, like pizza places. Yes, like pizza places. So, that's boomer Savage Raider slang. And the reason how that, the way that relates to what we were just talking about is with, let's see. Can I find the message? How far up was it? Probably not that high. What was it? How do you explain rhythm to someone that doesn't understand music theory? You need to understand the terms before you can use the terms. It's the same as like sometimes I'll have a friend that'll refer to a specific franchise by its like shorthand, and I'll be like, okay, so what does the shorthand mean? And now they have to explain what the shorthand means, which means that they've accomplished nothing. He says, I didn't even know the intermission was called fulmination field. Exactly. Exactly. That's also why I called it pizza places. Because we know what that means, right? The rhythm for music theory is how I explain weaving for context to that. Yeah, that's a good way. I actually thought about, like over a year ago, I thought about trying to make a video on the subject of how the rhythm of a rotation in Final Fantasy XIV relates a little bit to the rhythm of music. But I basically wasn't smart enough to make that video, so I just didn't. Like, people that actually understand music theory really would probably think that I'm an idiot if I had made that video. So I didn't. But yeah, exactly to what Nox was talking about with how it's not necessarily one thing that is the reason why someone is bad, is exactly that. It's very easy to blame a specific thing, the person being bad, which is also exactly the reason how this like circles back to the thing with clickers. Any other scrapped videos you could tell us about? Maybe? I might have tossed them out. I'm glad to hear that, Lawrence. Thank you. Thank you, Rodel. Any other scrapped video ideas? Interestingly, you could say that my most recent video on the subject of Alliance Raid Roulettes and Crystal Tower was a scrapped video idea. As in, I was trying to write that video, and then I felt like it was too soon, and I didn't have enough to talk about, so I didn't, and then I came back to it later. So that was technically a scrap video, which is also to say that idea with music theory and that might come one day if I actually think that I'm smart enough. But the thing with clickers is precisely the idea of the reason why the clicking gets blamed for someone having problems is simply because that is quote-unquote also a problem. And it is also something that just makes someone stand out. Like, it's not exactly relatable to that. But it would be a little bit like discriminating someone for something they do. That, oh, they're not good at the game, but the reason they're failing this is because of this thing they do, not because of actually having problems with that mechanic or something. Hey Shaq, hope you're doing well. I'll say Estonium, hope you're doing well. Does anyone else think of mechanics using old raid terms like protein, wild charge, acceleration bombs, defams, etc. when you haven't actually done the raids where those terms were from? Sometimes. The reason why some of those make sense is because the mechanic itself is meaningless or impossible to explain in short terms, so it's actually easier to use the common reference point. And then if the other person doesn't know what that means, then you explain what that means. Like, the reason why, to try and explain this, the reason why I think Dynamo is stupid and Donut is smart is because Dynamo does not explain that something is a circle with a hole in it. But Donut kind of does. Because most people know that a donut is like some sort of baked good with a circle in the middle, like a hole in the middle. But a dynamo has nothing to do with that. There just happens to be a mechanic somewhere in the game that happens to be that. Meanwhile, if I say acceleration bomb, then either you know what acceleration bomb is, or you don't. If I say dice mechanic, there's a higher chance that you'll go, oh, so like the mechanic with the die over your head? Yes, that one. But I still have to explain what it means. So like if either you know what acceleration bomb is and what it means, that is one possibility. Another possibility is that you know what the dice mechanic looks like and you know what it means. But if you know what acceleration bomb is, you probably also know what it looks like. But if you know what dice mechanic means, you might not know what acceleration bomb means. But in either case, if you don't know either of those things, then the only other option I have is to explain what the mechanic is. And the best way to approach it is to go, the mechanic that is called this or looks like this. And then you go, I don't know what that means. And then we take it from there. Something like protein is like, I usually call those kinds of mechanics like Earthshaker, actually, because of the similarity between protein and Earthshaker. And then just like specify, it would best be described as motion sensor. The weird thing, Darth, is that motion sensor has a different icon to acceleration bomb. At least the first time motion sensor is used. And furthermore, motion sensor, the first time it's used, is less responsive. It's worse than acceleration bomb. To be specific, motion sensor in Balez's wall is more picky with how early you stop acting. Sometimes it'll explode if you didn't stop by 2 seconds. Acceleration bomb usually only explodes if you haven't stopped by 1 second. And also, I'm pretty sure acceleration bomb came first, because acceleration bomb, at least the dice icon itself, is from Void Ark, I'm pretty sure, which is older than Balez's Wall. So in that case, it was actually the first incarnation. I think if it is called acceleration bomb. And yes, that is indeed called motion sensor. The one in Balez's Wall. I'm pretty sure it's called motion sensor. It might have been called alarm something. I'm pretty sure it's called motion sensor. It's not called acceleration bomb. But yeah, the point is, it might have been called sensory jammer now that you mention it. Which one is the first one called motion sensor? Now I'm confused. But yeah, to continue on the original question, usually I'll lean towards using those like specific terms that people have decided are good, if I can't use a more generally descriptive term. As I said, circle AoE, donut AoE, I call it a spread marker, even though it doesn't involve spreading. In fact, if there's only one, it has nothing to do with spreading. It's just one person that has to leave, but it would be really weird to call it the runaway marker. Because I'm pretty sure there's a separate one for that, technically. But all terms, like protein, is weird. But people do use them. The reason why being that if you actually played when those things were current, then it would be like a callback, essentially. It'd be a lot easier. Like that's what I mean, is that you'll see mechanics again and again, and as you see them repeated, you see the mechanic, and if you just get told by someone, oh, that mechanic is name of different mechanic, then just hearing that makes your brain possibly go, oh, that means we resolve it like this, because that's how we resolve it in the other fight. Guys, just I wonder how much of my terminology is just from mentor roulette videos. I'm pretty sure I usually switch between calling it dice mechanic and acceleration bomb. I meant that motion sensor is more descriptive, like pizza. You know, there I agree with you, Darth. Motion sensor would actually be a reasonably descriptive term for the dice mechanic. I feel like the reason why I wouldn't use motion sensor as the name is, well, first because it's not the common name people use, but second, because it isn't descriptive enough. Like, what's a good example of this? The siege tank in Copied Factory does a mechanic that is essentially expanding donut AoEs. If you've done Copied Factory and you remember the siege tank, you almost certainly know what I'm talking about. That's not a donut AoE, that's expanding donut AoEs. Because just calling it donut AoE isn't the same. The donut waves, you could call it as well. But I specifically would add that it's expanding. Because it is expanding. in the same way that motion sensor is like, if I heard someone call it motion sensor, I'd be like, does that mean that it's like that it matters that I'm not moving at all for the full duration? And there the answer is no. Because it's weirdly only sensing whether you are moving right now when it times out. It's the stop dice. That's also a pretty good one. Stop dice. Play dice. That's a song, isn't it? Nox says, I had a weird instance in Variant Dungeons where I had a mechanic that I understand fundamentally, but I can never explain it. That's understandable. I didn't mean to do that. Wop, wop. And that's true, Darth. Like, the thing is, like, it circles back to the reason why we use some sort of shorthand for a mechanic is if the other person knows that shorthand, then they already know what it's going to be. Like, they already know what it means. You don't have to say any more than that. And if you can make the shorthand so specific that it's the same as exactly describing what the mechanic is, then, like, you're golden. Like, that's why I like calling, well, AoEs with a hole in the middle donut AoEs, because they look like that. Or like how I call them line AoEs. Like, we actually had a good laugh yesterday on the Discord server when Clove, which is FFXIV, shared a raid plan where it referred to a boss mechanic. I'm going to try and keep it a little vague because I think there might be someone in the chat who might be blind proccing on M4S. I should not have said that part because then I could have kept it more direct without being too specific. Well, I'm gonna have to say it anyway. It referred to a mechanic as hot wings and hot tail. Anyone that wasn't in that conversation yesterday wanna take a stab at guessing what hot wings and hot tail means? Hot wings yummy, yeah. Nice. Does that mean we get a free food buff? A really steamy phoenix? That's correct, Cat. And yes, exactly. It sounds like people got it. Hot wings means side AoEs. And the thing that makes this description make sense is the fact that it is paired with hot tail. Hot wings on their own might not make sense, and hot tail makes no sense. But Nidhogg Extreme has a mechanic called hot wings and a mechanic called hot tail. And usually, a lot of the time, he will use them in succession. Like, he'll use one, then the other. Or he will use one, and then later in the fight, he'll use the other. So, like, they're mutually exclusive or alternating in some way or another. So mentioning one and the other makes more sense. And this particular fight has the same kind of design where they are, like, essentially, like, exclusive. They will not both happen. And Dungeon Nidhogg also has them. Yeah, true. But exactly, people will then refer to it as that. Whereas I looked at it and was like... The funny thing is that I looked at it and thought, oh, I think I already had that. Oh well. I looked at it and thought, why don't you just call it a line AoE and and that's when I went, what would you actually call that? And that's when I realized that I would call it inverse line AoE, which is the closest I can get to a specific description of that kind of mechanic. But someone would hear me say inverse line AoE and go, what? And Theo Silva says center and lines. And yeah, that's like kinda what we end up with, right? But the thing is that like explaining that with center and sides, it makes sense in the moment. The boss is starting to use an AoE that is going to hit in a line of some sort. Is it going to hit in the center or the sides? But if you're explaining it out of context, it makes no sense. Center? Is it like a circle AoE? Do we have to go to the center? No! Unless you say go to the center. In some cases, it actually becomes even more simple language. You just go in or out. It's like how Lala from Alo Alo Island has Mustadio mechanic. That is actually a really good example. Does anyone know what Mustadio mechanic is? Exactly, really. Show hole. So Mustadio is the first boss in Aubon Monastery. He has a mechanic where he leaves the arena, goes up on like a sniper perch, and everyone gets like an open circle around them. You have to turn your character in such a way that the open part is facing wherever Mustadio is. Otherwise, you die. Is that the vocoder boss? Yes, I think so. And one of the bosses, one specifically named Lala, I believe, in one of the variant dungeons, Alo Alo Island, puts this exact same marker on you with an open side, and you have to face it in a specific direction. What do you call that? It's the Mustadio marker, obviously. And then you have someone in your party that has not done Aubon Monastery, and then you have a problem. The what? The mustard marker? And yeah, indeed, Darth, like, ultimately, what that circle is supposed to represent is that he's highlighting the 3 weak spots on you. And you have to face your non-weak spot towards him. Yeah, like, why is your hole if he's gonna shoot? Blam, dead. It should really be reversed. I guess so. Like, if they made it so that you had to show the 4th that you need to face him. But I feel like ultimately the players that don't get it still wouldn't get it. The what gets turned into chunks also. That's a good one. I can also say, my first time in Obon Monastery was on the release of Boja, if I remember correctly, which requires that you have completed the Ivalice Alliance Raid series. And I'm pretty sure that, like, I think like 15 people died to Shohol, including me, because I didn't get it, and it was my first time there. And I didn't do my homework. It's just an Alliance raid, it'll be fine, right? Spoiler alert. It's not entirely fine. But that's the funny thing, is that a lot of the weird kinds of quote-unquote mistakes that new players make require them to make that mistake at some point. Like, I had to queue into Ultimate Weapon Extreme and fail spectacularly at it. To recognize that, oh, extremes are not something you queue into. And I also learned the hard way early in Endwalker that sometimes extremes from the previous expansion are not in fact trivial. It required me to join a group where it looked like 6 out of the 8 players for Memoria Misera, which is an extreme by default, we couldn't do it because like 6 out of the 8 players had no idea how to do it. We tried like twice and then, the group disbanded. Where are the enemies? Okay. Survival mode engaged. It's just an alliance raid, I'll be fine. Small dragon lying on the floor, full of more regret than blood. Yeah. Ow. You see, the funny thing is that it wouldn't have been so bad if it wasn't for the fact that most of that Obon Monastery raid was first-timers. Yeah, exactly, Ceres. I know that there are players that like to go into all content prepared, but I feel like the gold standard is like more so like with casual content at least, that you just go in and figure it out when you're there. But yeah, in my defense on the Memoria Misera thing, if it had been World of Warcraft, it would have been easy. I'm pretty sure. Like, that was my reference point. It's like, well, it's an expansion. Oh, how hard could it be? Very hard, apparently. I'm slow. A random mob barfed on me and then I became slow. Oh! Replacement witching. I think the most I ran upon Monastery was for some time, I think it was during Shadowbringers mainly. Back when Blue Mage got upgraded to, so that was late Shadowbringers, early mid Endwalker, I think. Blue Mage best in slot was like full Eureka armor set for mages, which takes an eternity to get if you haven't already like gotten into Eureka stuff, or you already had that. Or your alternative is like mostly Poetics gear and the chest piece from Obon Monastery because it had spell speed on it. For specifically Blue Mage spell speed build, of course. So it was like, it was the much more easy to acquire set, which is why I used it. I had a feeling that wasn't going to work. Don't Blue Mage have really wacky best in slot lists? It kind of depends on the level of content that you're doing. Like, the higher up in level you get, with specifically Shadowbringers, I would say, it starts to get a little less wacky. I would guess. Because you have less options when it really comes to it. But the reason why Blue Mage can have really wacky best in slot sets is because if you thought Black Mage liked spell speed, then you should meet like spell speed build Blue Mage. They like spell speed more than any Black Mage could. Yeah, also true, Bubomid. I think the only time where players can get a little toxic in Final Fantasy 14 in casual, like there are, you know, there are always bad eggs, but like the average player could get a little toxic with someone who's like completely blind to all the content as they're going into it, is if they are so bad at the game that it like in a weird way kind of justifies that, well, you specifically should probably watch a guide or read a guide. What I mean by that is that some players see mechanics, but they don't actually process them at all. So, like, they still get hit by circle AoEs at level 50. Good luck, Ceres. We are the patrolling bros. It's a Catobal pass and Catubal pass. Yeah, like those kinds of players are rare. But if you are that lost in how the game works, maybe it's an idea to watch a guide. The problem is that it doesn't necessarily make it better. I have talked a bit about this previously. The most effective way to get better at discerning how a mechanic works by looking at it is by determining how a mechanic works by looking at it. Which means that watching a guide means that you don't practice that skill. Unless, like, you look at the guide and go, oh, that's the stack marker. Oh, that's the that thing. That's the that thing. And then next time you see those markers, you actually remember. But you can rob yourself of practicing this skill by repeatedly getting it explained by someone else. Which is also part of the reason why I am not entirely in on the idea that mentors explain everything in a duty. Because some really want to do that for some reason. You don't need to explain everything in an extreme either. You can just explain the mechanic that matters. Because if you explain everything, then they can't retain any of it. And it also means that you're spending just as much time explaining that, oh, by the way, the boss opens with a raid wide, as you're spending on going. So, like 3 minutes into the fight, the boss does this really, really complicated mechanic. I explain stuff that would get me killed. Then I answer questions. Right, so when that spread marker appears, get away from me. I don't care where you go with it, but get away from me. Bukai says, I've told a red mage to go watch a guide on their job after they spent the entire level 90 dungeon. Doing the AoE rotation the wrong way around. Oh boy. After I told them how it works. Yeah. And see, that's the thing, is that in Dawntrail content, you reach the point where it doesn't really, like, it's not possible for you to salvage that player in that duty. The best you can do is go, look, man, just watch a guide. There's too much for me to unpack here. Just watch a guide. Or read a guide. Because there's too much at that point. But yeah, focusing on the important bits is a good idea. I've also talked about how if you're explaining something to a player in a duty, focus on one thing. Don't try to explain the entire job, which again, if there's more than one big thing that they need to understand, then you can't do it. Nox says, meeting a Cure 1 spammer in Brave Fox Longstop, easy to correct. Meeting Cure 1 spammer in Origenics, there's too much here. Yeah, exactly. How are they still doing Cure 1 spam, right? Why are they still doing it? In fact, there's a reasonable chance that they're going to, like, fight you on it. Because, and this is actually a big problem, and the main problem with trying to teach someone when they're that far in the game. How many hours do you think that white mage has been spamming Cure 1 to have reached this point in the game and still be spamming Cure 1? If you're right and they've been playing wrong all this time, then it means that they have no idea how to play this game, right? And their brain might not be able to accept that. Yeah, Benefic 2? Cobalt? Greeting says, in dungeons it works with no issues. Now, in raids, I would complain about simple things like that. Well, see, the thing is, if it's a normal raid, then your argument that it works just fine also applies. Because normal raids don't really have DPS checks, broadly speaking. And if they do, they don't require the intervention of the healer to make them. So the argument of it's good enough means that you should that actually applies in all content. For me, I usually evaluate how high level that player is before I even consider taking that fight. If it's a low level player, there's a very high chance that I might, like, depending on a lot of things, I might go, hey, by the way, you could attack a bit, or I might just leave it. Like, if it's a completely fresh sprout, I might just go, maybe they'll figure it out. This is Sastasha. Maybe they're a little frightened. Like, maybe they don't know that we're not in any danger and they don't have to spam cure. Maybe they'll figure it out. But that's Sastasha. But the main reason why you might feel motivated to correct someone doing something very wrong in a dungeon with, I just missed a bronze chest because I wasn't looking, is more so to catch them early. The chance to get a cure 2 for free and cure 1 is misleading. You see, that's the thing, Ilana. It's the same thing with Benefic 1. But yeah, that is part of the problem, is that in dungeons, most dungeons, the dungeon is beatable regardless of the healer, whether they're using Cure 1 or not. That makes it really hard to justify them changing. You know, but did you die? Oh, but I almost did. I wouldn't have if you had used Cure 2 instead. Maybe if it used Holy. Might have gone faster even. It would have been easier for both of us. And that's actually the funny thing, because sometimes the players that are excessively spamming heals, if you ask them about it, there's a reasonable chance that they'll tell you that they have to. Like, but you'll die if I don't. And it's actually a really, really roundabout situation, because the reason why the tank is getting in trouble and you need to spam heal them so much is because you not attacking means that the fight took so long that the tank ran out of cooldowns. And now you do have to spam heal them because they ran out of cooldowns. But if you had been attacking when the tank had cooldowns up, then we might have been done by now. Might being the key word here. Not necessarily. And if the group at large is bad enough, the answer is no. Oh boy. Also that, Grinning. Like, that's also a possibility that sometimes the reason why the white mage is scared, so scared of not healing, or the healer is scared of not healing, is because they've gotten garbage tank after garbage tank, and they don't know what a good tank even looks like at this point. And they might have never had one. But sometimes it's also a, yeah, all I need is bloodwetting, right? Or worse, warrior's easy. I probably don't need to use anything. A good tank is pink. I mean, like, another way this can happen is healer 1 tricks. That can go many ways. I think I've talked about this before. But essentially, let's say you've never played anything but healers, in Final Fantasy XIV. You do all those dungeons. People might be telling you to attack more. Or they might not. Whatever, right? But the first time you'll actually get to see another healer play, if you only play healer, is like the first time will be Thornmarsh, I believe. And that one is like at least used to be, but not so much anymore. But it might be chaotic enough that you don't even notice what the other healer's doing. But if you do, you've already invested quite a lot of hours into this game, and you might go, nah. You might be going, is it me? Am I the person who's doing it wrong? Should I not be casting Cure 1 so much? No, it must be them who's an idiot. They are the ones who are in the wrong. Because if I'm in the wrong, then it means that I've been playing this game that I've enjoyed for so many hours completely wrong. Since level 1, really. And yeah, exactly, Gleaming. It also requires that Sprout, who's a little busy with the chaos of the fight itself, looking at the other healer. Why would they be doing that? But that's like the closest they might get to seeing another healer play differently from them. And go, wait a minute, am I doing it wrong? But if you're a healer main, and then you start tanking or DPSing, you might go, oh, well, how do other people heal? And then, like, look at what the healer's doing, because clearly things are going better than when you play. Also, hey, Vjek, hope you're doing well. I only need to use Vengeance and Holmgang at 10%. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Hey, Wolf News. Hope you're doing well. I want my tank to be pink. But yeah. Bonus points of these terrible tanks blame the healer. They probably do. Which is essentially like the opposite of the Cure 1 problem. The healer goes, like, you wipe, and then you're like, listen, you have to use Cure 2 and other things. Like, it would actually help if you used Holy a little bit. Like, attack, help to clear the pack. And the healer goes, but you're dying, so I need to spam heal you, and I'll run out of MP if I spam Cure 2, so I have to spam Cure 1. Obviously. Like, that makes sense. Even though it's the exact opposite, that is potentially the correct answer. And the tank goes, well, I died. Why did I die? I ran out of HP. Who's healing me? You didn't heal me enough. Completely ignoring the part where the tank has the capacity to reduce the amount of healing they need. Weird, that. I crit healed my warrior heal, and now the healer's mad at me for wasting their kit. Wait, seriously? Okay, fair enough. The reason why I ask Nox is because I have actually heard stories like that. Like, actually. Healers getting mad if the tank heals themselves with OGCDs. Because that's my job. And contrary, also tanks not using defensives because, well, you're the healer and clearly you have plenty of time because you're attacking. So I don't need to use my defensives. That makes sense. You're working extra because you didn't have to heal, so I can slack more. That's how that works. Yep. The game heard me do a bad Kermit impression and went, alright then. There you go. People probably wouldn't be annoyed if healers had more interesting DPS. Hard to say. Very hard to say, because if healers had a more interesting attack rotation, that wouldn't necessarily make the healers that don't want to attack feel like attacking more. Does White Mage have regen plus AoE barrier? Kind of. When they use Temperance, they can use Divine Caress, and Divine Caress is a barrier that turns into a regen when the barrier breaks or the timer runs out. Imagine a health bar swapping ability. On who? That would be pretty funny. And extremely trolly. Only for party members, of course. No, yeah, that's what I meant, Yannick, but I was like, what job gets it? Are we talking about Spirit Link Totem right now? I'm pretty sure Spirit Link Totem tries to even out the HP so everyone has the same HP percent. I just realized that I'm really not... I don't have time to run around and explore this floor. Oops. Oh yeah, I know, I have time for the next floor, like, no biggie, but it's more like, I don't need to, like, explore this entire floor. Basically, Spirit Link Totem is a totem that shamans could put down. I think it was exclusive to healers that obviously links the spirit of everyone in it. And what it does is that it grabs the HP, like the total HP of everyone, and then evenly distributes it so that everyone has the same percentage of HP. It's universal. Oh, it's bigger than that. I thought it was actually a circle that you had to be in. Even better, I guess. But it essentially means that, like, every tick, I don't know if it's every second, but it very, very quickly, repeatedly, like, spreads everyone, like, basically evenly spreads everyone's HP so that everyone has the same HP percent left. Which, means that, like, if your raid was taking stack markers, like, hypothetically, a stack marker with Spirit Link Totem, it means that you're basically... It's like you merge your entire health bar into one big one. Because everyone's taking an even amount, and then everyone's HP is evenly spread. Nice one, Wolves News. I hope you had fun with it. That's the most important part. Sounds useful for a DPS group, not so much for the group with the main tank. Absolutely also useful for the group with the main tank, because the main tank has way more HP than everyone else. So the tank being there means that basically when everyone then takes a hit, the tank has more HP to give to the communal HP bar. It would be HP communism? Yeah, exactly. Our HP. How long does it take to get to floor 200 solo failures and everything? That depends entirely on, well, at least heavily on the individual. So I couldn't possibly say. Resolution. Oh yeah, it's a ghost. That's a good point. How strong is it here? After the ads, right. Oh. Yeah, that's pretty good. Can I do my Kamehameha blast from the sky again? Okay, yeah. Now I see what you mean by it takes a minute. Iron cannon ready. Blarg. Have you thought of ghost dustering it yet? Nox says, sadly, Resto Shaman has never been mainstay for the World First teams. Well, the good news I've heard, I don't know if this is still the case, but like a month or two ago, I think, Resto Shamans were so good in Mythic Plus that, like, I saw like a graph where you could see like the distribution of healers in Mythic Plus, and it was like it was just like one large bar of Resto Shamans, and then it was like tiny blips of everyone else. And I think there was like, I think Holy Paladin or something had a presence at all. Can't win them all. Well, there you go, Bokaj. That reminds me of it reminds me of Mist of Pandaria days, where the highest simulated DPS was Demonology Warlock and Feral Druid. But the third place was Destruction Warlock, and Destruction Warlock was like heckin' easy compared to Demonology Warlock. And if you played less than perfect as Demonology Warlock, then Destruction was better. What floor are you aiming for today? I think we'll do this one extra set, because I'm also looking at the clock. So yeah, like that is actually a thing that has been the case in at least in the past in World of Warcraft, has been, yes, that is technically the strongest option, but it's so hard to do that there's no point. Like, it doesn't matter that it's best, because the second best option is way easier. Like, it's like if, imagine if in Endwalker, Summoner did 99% of the DPS that Black Mage did. But Summoner is way easier. Then there would be a chance that people would go, just play Summoner, man. It's easier. It's gonna be viable next patch. that sounds like copium. Isn't that essentially what Summoner and Black Mage boiled down to in Endwalker? Well, the thing is, in Endwalker, Summoner was significantly behind Black Mage. However, it wasn't like a 1% difference. It was big enough that it was like, if you're trying to pump, it's probably better to bring a Black Mage. But if you just want the easy way, then Summoner's also competitive. Good luck, FFXIV. I shot the wrong one. I shot the wrong one. I shot the wrong one. And he's angry. He's angry. Hey, Rajin. Hope you're doing well. Was the wrong one the sheriff? It was the one leaving the room. I was like, I'll shoot one of them so that I can leave the room afterwards. And then I shoot the... Oh boy. Whoops. My combo! That sounds pretty nice, Regine. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Yannick. I was a little bit like, because it was 2 of them. Like, they smack hard. I noticed that. But because the hole in the room, and I assumed, well, there's probably not 2 traps in the same room, I thought I was safe to kite it. Otherwise, it probably would have witched. I think also part of the reason was that I had the opportunity to look at the enemies and go, okay, I'll move this way. Like in the previous luring trap I stepped in, like the enemies were basically hidden. So I wasn't sure where they were going to come from. Their dot stacks with each other? Oh, that sounds lovely. What's this? Oh. I'm just gonna leave this floor. Dark Souls players approve. Oh yeah, there's that boss fight with 2 gargoyles, right? Hey Grace, hope you're doing well. What's in here? Wolf News says the 20,000 pieces of their Cursed Horde achievement is crazy to me. People have found ways to optimize it. Meaning that you could get like 1 piece of Horde every few minutes, give or take. People have gotten it on release retroactively. That is crazy. People just getting 20,000 Accursed Horde just for the memes. And then be like, oh, I got an achievement. Sweet. Like, that's the crazy part. Most of them bought it. Yeah. Well, the best I can say there, and that kind of also circles back to other things where people are like, yeah, but people cheat a lot, is the best you can do is if you know you didn't cheat. That's all you have. That can make the achievement important to you. And get the achievement because you think it's fun, not because you want to impress others. Like, I'm slowly working on the Leave Quest achievements because I thought it would be funny. But they take a while. But that would be weird if that, like, if they didn't, like, it would be weird if I was like, man, it takes so long, I'm not having fun, and why are you doing it? But there's an easy way to, like, spend a resource that you get every day for free. That was weirdly impressive. I got exactly the Pomenders that I didn't have maxed out. Wolf News says, I want a PvP weapon, but I need to hit Crystal rank on Crystalline Conflict to get it. Well, then you have to get going. And that is indeed a grind. The Grand Company combat leaves. Yeah. Those are reasonably annoying, actually, if I remember correctly. They have, like, leaves that are like, you have to kill, like, dudes in this area. They'll spawn in gradually. And just, like, kill each mob with 1 hit. And you're just sitting there waiting, and you have to wait the full 10 minutes. That's annoying. Hello. Shake my hand. I don't know if I can make it. Nah. What's this? Glitching. How do you balance MSQ with PvP? My advice would be to set a goal for yourself of a certain amount of matches per day. Like, as in a certain number of PvP matches per day. And the reason why you set your limit as a specific amount of matches and not, like, reaching a certain rank is because you'll just get tilted. What was in there? Whatever. Which way are you going? But yeah, set a goal of, like, I'll do 10 matches per day. And then you start your session with that. Like, maybe not 10, like, it depends on how long your gaming session is, of course, but set a goal of how many matches you're going to play. And the moment you finish those matches, you go over to the MSQ. You can, of course, do more if you're having a streak or something. But it's a good way to stop yourself when you're, like, on a downward spiral, because you'll be in, like, a situation of just one more match. I can recover this. It's fine. I only lost 3 times. I can recover this. No, you can't. Not now, because you're too in it to win it like that. Like, you're going to lose. You're just going to lose. Also, why am I getting a rage on every floor right now? Oh, it's like a compensation for this. Yeah, that would be my advice. I did the same when I reached Crystal in Season 1. Was that I set specifically 10 matches. Sometimes I would do more because I was, like, enjoying myself. But I specifically had the hard limit of you have to do 10. Which also meant that I couldn't, like, chicken out if I feel like, I'm not doing well tonight. Because then you'll just stop. I can't just around and surrender your Palace of the Dead Seed. So it's a very furious seed, as you can see. It's angry. But because I had that strict minimum 10 matches, it both meant that I wouldn't be, like, if I had a day where I wasn't really feeling it, I would still do the 10 matches at least. And if I was having a bad session, it was an easy way to stop myself from, like, spiraling down. An alteration over capture. Yeah. And meanwhile, I don't want to use it. But you would, just for the points. For the Horde! That sounds like a good time investment if you're happy, Rajin. Oh boy. It's a gloomy boy. I guess we'll take the patrolling wraith then. Enjoy work, Yannick. Now that's what I call a scream. Dude. I'm getting many Gilmoran pot shots now. It's a dog. Bork. And a boot. Worf. Bork. The big Bork. And an exit. Give me that. Perfect. That's actually exactly what I wanted. What, you like one strength? Yes. Do you have a steel? Oh, there's nothing here. Wop. Wop, wop, wop. Guess we'll fight in this tunnel. Just in case there's a trap in the other room. A shot heard across the world. Yeah, the Machinist has some pretty cool titles, I guess. The Nixes in Modona. Do you get grabbed a lot, Nox? By those Nixes? Because that's weirdly specific. Oh, on your alt. Right, that does make a lot more sense. They are very grabby, but only if you're in the appropriate level range. I think. What are you? Intuition. Sure. What are you? Safety. You know what? I probably shouldn't use that. Hey, Alice, you know. Hope you're doing well. What do you say we take it in the tunnels? Look, it's Persona! Dun dun. Baby, 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 baby. Bam, bam. Ba-da-ba-dam, bam. You even have a gun, yeah. For Kai's neutral special, she has gun. That is strange, Bokaj, but it is also mildly reminiscent of the weird detail that Bozja is a weirdly effective place to level combat jobs. To a point. Still weird, though. Actually, I think her neutral special would be in a release. It probably would be. Or Book Bonk or something. Maybe it would be like a, you know how like some characters have like some sort of charge attack? Where they charge up? And then you release? Maybe it would be like Primal Ruination. As neutral special. Like as you charge it more, the axe becomes bigger. Kaboom! Down air would be Primal Ruin. That could also be. Up special would definitely be Primal Rend. If it's a warrior thing we're doing, absolutely. Although there would be something funny about you see Kai show up with a big axe, and then for her neutral special she just pulls out a gun. Like, what? In a release is a charge meter that changes a moveset. The charge button gets replaced with Primal Rend. Oh. What will be the op special when I don't have Primal? Oh boy. Oh boy. Whoops. The circle, you see upheaval? It's the punch. It's Aetherian manipulation. Ha! Now that would be pretty funny. Like my character's like a black mage or something, and then neutral special is like a charge up. And then when it fully charges, you just see inner release, and then it just turns into a warrior. Or maybe it would be like one of those characters where like you do like a down special and then it changes mode. Stain swap to warrior. Hey guys, I have a new solution. You know how tanks used to have tank and DPS stances? I have an idea. Hear me out. What if you could bring two weapons? Just thinking. What if you could bring two weapons? Go for Monk Zarf. That's a reasonably newish leveling experience, I would say, since they got a lot of changes with their orbs. You think they're gonna redo the voice acting when mobile comes out? That would surprise me if they did. But I mean, it's not out of the question. Gleaming says, I'm thinking of characters like pilots who have a main weapon but then pull out the other 3 relic weapons for certain moves. A real Shadowbringers opening movie style character. Oh yeah, that would be very fitting. That would be very fitting for my character. But it would be really funny, just in general, with such a sudden shift. But I guess it also makes sense to have like highlights from different characters. Or different jobs. That would also be a good idea. And you could cover more jobs that way by having a stance change. Because then instead of having a total of 4 different specials. No, I didn't not get it. I didn't get it, Fem, because I already had it. Check this out. It's an alteration. Apparently my mouse wheel decided to get crazy right now. It just decided it wanted to scroll a little bit. Weird. Yeah, you could have, with a stance change, you would be able to have 6 different specials. Because, like, the 4th one would be the stance change itself. And if you, like, cycle through different ones, you could have even more. No, I did get that, Wolf News. The reason why I'm thinking that I find it unlikely they would redo the voice acting for Realm Reborn is because, well, they haven't yet. And they've touched up on various things in A Realm Reborn over the years. So if they had the idea of fixing the voice acting, they would have done so already, wouldn't they? And I also feel like I have this weird impression that they probably would imagine that a lot of mobile players wouldn't be that caught up on the voice acting. Like, presumably a large amount of players would be playing without sound at all. That's true, Gleaming. You could have, if you made a Final Fantasy XIV character as a Smash Brothers character, every single move in the arsenal could be various job actions. And absolutely, Book Smack would be hilarious as the jab. Also because I have a slight preference for Smash Brothers characters that have the big punch as the jab instead of the many punches. And just Book Smack as just clonk. It's perfect. Gerald says, I think it would be cool if they allowed you to switch jobs mid-combat. In Final... Like, I'm just going to make sure that... like, with the Smash Brothers thing, it would be hilarious. But in Final Fantasy XIV, it would be a dangerous thing to do. Because it would just mean that there is no such thing as only maining one job. No, you're not only going to play warrior in this raid fight. The instant that you're not tanking, you switch to DPS. Just switch to DPS mode. And healers? You're only healers when you need to heal. The rest of the time, you better switch to some sort of damage. And the thing is, you could say that's excessive over-optimization. It's really not. It's like, why would you be in a mode that doesn't actually help the situation? The game would have to be balanced around it. Otherwise, the game would be way too easy for the players that actually use that feature. Yeah, exactly, the comeback of damage stances. And yeah, exactly, Gleaming. It would be really funny once, and then we realize how extremely insane it would be in reality. But it would be fun. Yeah, also that. Who needs MP? You just switch to Black Mage. Just switch to Black Mage. Hey, like, I mean, if you had already switched to Black Mage once in this fight, you probably still have 3 Umbral Hearts and Umbral Ice locked from the Umbral Soul you used earlier. So you just switch to Black Mage, Umbral Soul, and then switch back. Like, there's no reason the effect would go away. There is a reason, like, your gauge is gone. But, yeah. It would be interesting. And I think, like, in a way, if Final Fantasy XIV was a single-player game, it would be it would be pretty interesting to play with the concept of what if you could switch job in the middle of combat. Like, I could see that as, like, a core mechanic if it was a single-player game. Umbral Hearts would be neat for healers. How would you manage cooldowns? Well, as you may have seen, if you use a cooldown out in the city or something, and then you switch to a different job, there is some overlap. There's a reasonable chance that your major cooldown will share cooldown with the major cooldown of other jobs. And similar cooldowns. Hey, Ymir, hope you're doing well. We're talking about the concept of what if you could switch job mid-combat. But, like, basically, an example of this is, so I've heard, Pictomancer's sustained damage is kinda eh. Yeah, exactly, Louis. A little bit like, well, interrupts are the same thing. Mitigations are kind of the same thing. Like, there's a reasonably high chance that if you use Damnation as a warrior, it also puts Guardian on cooldown on Paladin. You use Holmgang on warrior, there's a reasonable chance it puts Hallowed Ground on cooldown. And so on and so forth. There's also other examples, like, there's a chance that if you use Lance Charge on Dragoon, it'll put Fight or Flight on cooldown over on Paladin. But what you could do is something as simple as, like, just ignore all that. For damage, you go Pictomancer for your burst. And then, outside of your burst, you switch to something with better sustained damage, like, I don't know, Viper. And then when your burst comes up again, you switch to Pictomancer. And that's just what the DPS will do. Like, tanks and healers would, probably appreciate switching to something that doesn't have as much build up, you could say. Oh boy. And I don't think that was necessary, but I'm not going to risk it. Yeah, one way you could make it a little bit better is to make it like a limited class like a limited job style feature. So that it's like only possible in the same kind of content where you could play Blue Mage. So you could have the choice between, would you like to play Blue Mage? Or would you like to play all the jobs? Dark Mind is Upheaval? That is really random. What about if instead of switching between tank, heal, and DPS, you can only do 2 of the 3? The same deal is that healers would all choose a DPS. Tanks would all choose a DPS. And DPS would probably, like, they could either choose a burst DPS and a sustained DPS. Or they could choose, like, their preferred DPS and, like, a tank or a healer as a backup. Or you could just have all of the DPS have red mage as their backup. Like, someone dies, anyone can switch to red mage and just rest them. Easy. Like, essentially, if you had the choice to use 2 jobs at once, it means that you have the option to choose the job that does the most damage and then choose any job for any utility whatsoever, whatever reason you can come up with, and ignore any potential downsides of choosing that job. What if you could play the entire role, but you got like 35 buttons from every job to put together? Do you mean you could choose tank and then you just make your own tank? Or do you mean you could make your own job? This floor really wants me dead. I don't like this floor. Choose Machinist twice. Can I use drill twice? You can use it 4 times now. If you choose tank, then you can put all the tank buttons together however you want. You know, the interesting thing there is that I wonder, wouldn't you just pick all 4 short cooldowns as tank, then? And then, like, multiple of the 2-minute cooldowns? Why would you choose Rampart when you can have both Damnation and Guardian? Or Guardian and Great Nebula? Are you kidding me? Are you also a mimic? Your pox removal, thanks. Thanks. An avocado. Thanks. Aurelian, hope you're doing well. Dodge. Multi-Kai class win. But yeah, you would probably... It's like you would... The interesting thing is that I think we've actually talked about this before, or at least I have had that thought experiment, is what if you could mix and match a job as you please? Like, I think the last time we had this thought experiment, it was like, what if we reintroduced cross-class actions, or cross-job actions, I suppose. And we went, what if you could choose 5 actions from any job, like you could choose any combination of actions. Then the thing that I realized was that, well, you'd just choose 5 things that boosted your damage. Or something to that effect. Like I could picture all tanks except Warrior choosing Holmgang. Like, thanks. We'll have that one too. Warrior might choose like any of the other ones depending on preference. But like the short cooldown on Holmgang is just so helpful for like boss encounter stuff. But if you could mix and match all actions, like all tank actions, then I could picture that you'd extremely quickly have picked, like you would have Storm's Eye, probably, like the combo to get Storm's Eye. And you'd probably have Edge of Shadow. Are you already doing 21% more damage all the time? Because of them multiplicatively stacking with each other. And then you could also choose No Mercy and Fight or Flight. And now you're up at like 70% more damage, I think. And then you might as well take Inner Release while you're at it, right? And Fell Cleave. Very balanced. Yeah, like that's kind of what would happen, is that you would probably choose just enough of a job's toolkit that you have a functional rotation with a burst. And then the rest of your like button real estate is just how much damage can I push out of this? I feel like a game that was built like that, wouldn't it just stack them like that? Probably not, because it would be insanely broken, right? Like, that's also part of the reason why my first thought was, well, if you could just switch jobs on the fly, then it makes sense that actions share cooldown here and there. Because then it would be like, well, you could probably choose Storm's Eye, and you could choose Edge of Shadow, but, I mean, the Warrior combo doesn't generate any mana, MP, so you wouldn't actually, like, you would eventually tire out of MP maintaining the buff from Edge of Shadow, unless you also choose a way to get MP back. And, I mean, if you, like, specifically Storm's Eye generates Beast Gauge, nothing else, like, in terms of resources, so I hope you choose Fell Cleave and not Bloodspiller. And if you choose Fell Cleave, you kind of want to have an Inner Release. Yeah, Bosha also kind of has that, Gerald. Where well, there's various different options, but anyone can be a tank in Bosha. Which has led to, like, when I was farming Shadowbringers relic weapons, I had this did I actually have to kill these? I feel like we actually went over that on a previous run. But when I was farming the Shadowbringers relics up, I did Delubrum Reginae normal a lot. And there has been a time where I was tanking, main tanking as Black Mage. Which is hilarious just to think about. Just kite and focus the boss. Do I not have to kill the succubus? I'm pretty sure she eats that one at some point. It hurts a lot. Oh, is that wrong? Also, hey Vigo, hope you're doing well. She'll eat the ad and get healed? Well, that's annoying. I'm taking it that she does not eat these then. That's a good question, Brontome. I would guess, based on what Gleaming said, that you would have to choose Goring Blade or Sonic Break to have those, even though they would turn into them. Like, I would guess that that would be the way it would work, but I think it was Gleaming's suggestion. But then it starts to get complicated, exactly, because it's like, okay, so how many of the parts of the Lionheart combo do you have to choose to get that? Is it good enough to just choose Bloodfist? Technically, it's a trait that gives it to you. How many trait slots do you get? Do you get trait slots? The reason I ask is if they're allowed is because they were allowed with 5-button discussion. Yeah, right. But that is, of course, a single job. I feel like I should look up this boss eventually, Vigo. Because that is good to know. The reason why I don't want to risk it is because that boss is basically the Hawk Manor hard boss. And if she eats the other succubus, you basically die. But yeah, for what Bronson is talking about is that we've previously done these back in Endwalker. I did these streams where we were limited to a certain number of buttons, and I did present a reasonably strict rule set, specifically because it was relatively easy to cheat if it wasn't strict. The story for those interested is that you would be allowed, say, 5 buttons, and you're only allowed to use those 5 buttons for combat. You're still allowed to move, of course, with buttons, but action buttons were those 5. You're allowed to jump separately, you're allowed to auto-attack separately, but actions has to be those 5. You can't have set up something before the duty starts and then choose your actions like afterwards. If you didn't choose tank stance, then you don't get to have tank stance on when you enter the duty. It has to stay off because you didn't choose it. So tanks would indeed have the limitation of, well, one of your 5 buttons would probably have to be tank stance. And the reason I say probably is because obviously on the 5-button stream, more than once a tank went, I think I can make this work without tank stance. And you'd have to choose Bloodwetting. And you have to choose the various things. But the one exception was you're choosing buttons, which means that, for example, with Warrior, you choose the Fell Cleave button. Nox says, could they? Sometimes. Like, if it was a trial with only a single target, you could probably tank with just your ranged attack. Just spam that. You have that, and then you have 4 extra buttons. But it meant that, like, if you're a warrior, you would, like, for instance, you choose tank stance, probably bloodwetting, and then something like Fell Cleave and your AoE combo, if it's a high level duty, right? Will it work with the increased enmity on AoE combo? The increased enmity on the AoE combo is double. It's not enough. 220 enmity potency on overpower to match the 110 actual potency. You're not going to hold aggro with that. So I don't think so. Not without tank stance. But you would have to choose really specifically, like as I said, as a tank you'd probably, like if it's a dungeon, you'd probably choose your AoE combo and maybe a single target spender. And your short cooldown and your tank stance. Like that's what you can afford. That's it. Pictomancer would actually be one of the jobs that would be incredibly stupid. Because like if you have 5 buttons, what do? Hammer Stamp takes 3 buttons to function. Living Muse takes 2 just to function, and it takes 3 to actually work properly. So I could imagine that you'd very quickly just go, maybe Subtractive Palette stuff? Hammer Stamp is 2 buttons? Bocage? Yeah. Hammer Motif, Striking Muse, Hammer Stamp. Viper, on the other hand, is very crazy. Like, I remember we looked at it a while back and went, what if you went into the level 50 duty as Viper? For level 50 duty as Viper, you could straight up choose everything you have, except for one thing. Like up here, you just, do you want Slither or Writhing Snap? And if it's higher level, it's like, I mean, if it's a trial, you just choose your single target filler. And, I don't know, actually, pretty funny that I just thought about. Would you choose, you could choose, oh wait, you don't even need to do that. You choose your single target filler. You choose Reawaken. And then, can you use the same coil twice? Can you use the same coil twice? Never occurred to me to do it. Can you? Oh, you can't. Nope. You can just take the 5 buttons you press during Reawaken. Oh yeah, that was what I was thinking, Bocage. But the reason why I went a different route was because I was thinking, I mean, technically, you don't have to choose. You could just do first generation 4 times. It's less damage. Yeah, you could use the same OGCD, but I was asking about the coils, not the bites. But what also stumped me for a moment was, you'd probably choose Serpent's Tail, right? It'd be like, filler combo, Reawaken, Serpent's Tail. And then you have 1 button. Serpent's Ire? I don't think Vicewinder is worth it. And like, because it's kind of garbage without the follow-up, right? Like, kind of meh. And you can't use Uncoiled Fury without it. And without Vicewinder, these don't matter. So you might just go filler combo, Reawaken, Serpent's Tail, and like, I don't know, Bloodbath. Or Serpent's Ire, so you get an extra Reawaken every so often. But then, like, this kind of thing where it's like multiple actions that are chained together is also a problem with Summoner. Which we've gone over like a million times in this context. It's like, well, you're probably bringing Ruin or Tri-Disaster at least. And you're bringing Summon Kabi. If you're using anything. So then you might choose, you're probably choosing Summon Solar Bahamut. And then what do you do? Like, you've chosen Ruin, Bahamut, Kabi, you have 2 buttons left. Titan IMO. Well, see, that's the thing, Knight. You summon Titan, do you then choose Gemshine? Auto attacks, maybe? No, those are free. Those are free. They're on the house. Yeah, like that's the problem. I think actually, if you don't like, because that's the thing, you'd have to choose Gemshine and Astral Flow for Titan to make sense. But you don't have that many buttons. And that's the funny thing, is that on 5 buttons, several jobs are like, doesn't Gemshine work the main summon too? Nope. Summon Solar Bahamut changes Ruin. What about the buttons that change based on like stance or phase? You're choosing the button, it's not your fault, it's no longer Ruin. Hey Dawntrail, hope you're doing well. Yeah, you get... Basically, you're not choosing actions out of this book, you're choosing buttons. So you go, I choose this one. Oh, that's Rune 3. So if this turns into Astral Impulse, sweet. It probably more likely turns into Umbral Impulse, but you know what I mean. That's also the reason, like, the reason why is because, like, if that's what we're working with, then technically you'd run out of buttons on Viper before you actually finish your filler combo. But the rules of that 5-button thing, or X-button challenge, was auto attacks are free, like you can do those. Running, moving is free. Jumping is free. Targeting things is free. Like, the things that you're obviously not using hotbar buttons for is free. But the rest is not free, which means you have to choose sprint if you want it. And once the duty commences, you're only allowed to have usage or benefit at all from the buttons that are chosen, which means that if you don't choose Summon Kabi, you have to dismiss Kabi when you get in. Which means that you can't use Summon Solar Bahamut. And you're also not allowed to use macros. Simply because if you're allowed to choose a macro as one of your buttons, then you could have a button, you could just have a button that said, you know, AC Ruin, AC Ruin 4, AC Energy Drain, AC Necrotize, AC so and so and so and so. Because that's also what I think Gerald K is about to say now. You can't use macros exactly because you could use one macro to cover 15 actions. So macro doesn't count as a button because it's illegal. It's banned. Exactly because you could use it to cheat. Which then quickly leads into like, what would you choose? And there are some jobs that interestingly can get really, really far with a few buttons. Red Mage, for instance, can put together a fully functional rotation with like 4 buttons. What's the duty level cap? Yeah, well, that depends on the duty. Like, that's actually the thing, is that usually when I did those streams, we'd go through the roulettes, and when we got to the duties that were, like, not max level, we would have to be like, well, let's see what duty we get before you choose your buttons, right? And then, like, we choose our buttons, and then we commence. But you could at least, like, prepare, so you're like, I mean, I'm probably going to pick this and this and this regardless of the duty we get, unless I specifically can't get those. Like, for example, with Warrior, if you land in Aurum Vale, there's no point in choosing Fell Cleave and the AoE combo, because you can't actually get... Beast Gauge with the AoE combo in Aurum Vale. And you obviously wouldn't choose Raw Intuition, because you don't have it. Dancer could get a nice 5-button combo. I mean, Dancer could get this. Like, straight up just this. No close position. But yeah, like, they have something decent. The interesting thing with Red Mage is you could just, like, grab these 4. You have a way to use your melee, like, to use a melee combo and then finish it. And you have a filler combo. And you have extra space. You could choose to have Impact as well, so you have an alternative AoE finisher for the trash packs. Or you could choose like Fleischer Contra 6 if it's a single target fight. And exactly, Dawntrail. That's the funny thing. Is that some jobs have an enormous advantage. Mainly like jobs that start at really high level. Like for instance, Reaper. I mean, they could just choose their 1-2-3 combo. And like maybe they'll choose their like the AoE deaths design so they're sure. And then maybe like a single AoE button. So that they're not completely screwed in AoE. Actually, speaking of Sage in that night, I remember the first time we went with a Sage in the group, they didn't choose any healing buttons. They only had Cardia and hoped that would be enough. And then we got Ether Font. And the first boss, the big fish thing, does a lot of AoE damage as it turns out. I wasn't the Sage in that combo. I was the Warrior Emir. I was the Warrior. It still wasn't me. It is there's a separate one where I chose the wrong button. But the first time we had a Sage and they didn't have a healing button was an Ether Font. But yeah, I do remember there was one where I chose the wrong button. I can't remember what I chose wrong, but I do remember I chose the wrong button. But that was separate. Does this include tanks and healers? I don't quite understand, but yeah, usually tanks, I would say, would probably choose like their short cooldown mitigation. And they would choose an AoE combo. They'd probably choose their tank stance, because you need your tank stance. And then maybe a spender. Like, in one case, I chose Overpower, Mithril Tempest, Fellcleave, Bloodwetting, and Defiance. In another case, I chose Total Eclipse, Prominence, Holy Spirit, Holy Sheltron, and Iron Will as Paladin. But it is a little silly when we got into like super low level dungeons, because it gets like, if you get Sastasha, it's like, oh dear, I don't know what I would pick. I guess I won't have Tomahawk. Although on the other hand, at that point, you would also be like, do I grab Rampart? Is it water tea in that cup? This one? It's flavored water. I mean, I don't know if you outright forgot, Cat. I'm pretty sure we were like, there's a chance that it might work. Like, if you move Cardia around, it might work, and then it didn't. But it's very easy to be smart in hindsight, right? Of course it didn't work, we said after it didn't work. What flavoring brand? Like, the cheap one from the local store? I believe it's Black Currants. And that's unfortunate, FFXIV. Fun Light? That is not the cheap local store brand. Fun is actually one of the more expensive ones, if I remember correctly. Like, mildly more expensive. That's fair. I also like Fun. But yeah, that's the funny thing with this 5-button challenge, is that if you just sit down with your job of choice and go, if you only could choose 5 buttons, what would you choose? And the funny thing is that if you're a tank, you might not even realize that you didn't choose tank stance. Because you're like, obviously I have that. No, you don't. You have to use that. That means you only get 4 buttons aside from tank stance. But a more interesting thing is also if you start to tune on the button count. What if you only had 4 buttons? What if you only had 3? What if you had 6? What if you had 7? And the thing is, when you reach about 10 buttons, there are jobs that have started going, I mean, I could choose like a defensive cooldown. Casters have it easier? Sometimes. Like, Black Mage is pretty functional. Like, Black Mage, you could grab... Like, weirdly, you could grab High Fire and High Blizzard, so you both have AoE and single target options. Like, they're decent. And then Blizzard 4 and Fire 4. And then you could also choose Xenoglossy. 1-button challenge. Yeah, exactly. I think we joked about that. Warrior picks Tomahawk. Healer chooses Cure 2. Then DPS just... I don't know. I guess a Black Mage would choose Blizzard 1 at that point. Because what else can you do? It's the only thing you'd be able to spam. The Astrologian picks Cure 2. They'd obviously pick at Loquio Mimir. How do you maintain Astral Fire? Just with High Fire? Yes. You just go High Fire, Fire 4 until you have to refresh, and then you either high Fire or maybe you just go High Blizzard. You could also choose Fire 1 if you really want to. Like, arguably, the main reason Blizzard 4 is there is because, like, you need a way to recover MP, and Blizzard 1 would be worse. A Scholar chooses Summon Selene. Are you sure you would? Gerald says, I figure Summoner would end up being Ruin, Outburst, Kabi, Gem Shine, and Astral Impulse. Or Flow. Let me just rewind that one. They choose Ruin. They choose Outburst, so try Disaster. They choose Kabi, so far I'm with you. They choose Gem Shine, which does nothing based on what you've stated so far. And then you choose Astral Impulse, which you already have from Ruin 3. Or Astral Flow. Just to adjust on that, I could imagine that you'd probably not choose both Ruin and Outburst. Or try Disaster. Simply because you don't have the button real estate to choose both single target and AoE. But I'd probably imagine you choose one of them. Kabi, Summon Bahamut. And just with Summon Bahamut and Ruin, this works. Because Ruin turns into Umbral Impulse. So you already have that one for free. And then you have 2 buttons left. The question is, do you choose Summon Titan and Gem Shine, or do you choose Summon Ifrit and Gem Shine? What do you choose? Like, you could also choose to Summon something and Astral Flow. That would also give you Sunflare. Like on top. Which is also exactly the reason is that Summoner is one of the jobs that has the lower total button count to be fully functional. But they also have one of the higher minimum button counts to actually function decently well. Don't forget the other demis, that's also true. Sage with only if Gracia or Vicardia. I mean, if you only had one button, a lot of jobs would just be really dumb, which is why that wouldn't be particularly interesting. Like, if you could only choose one button, ironically, Viper would probably still be pretty strong. They do 200, then 300, and, well, they'd at least do 400. So 2, 3, 4, so the average potency of 300 with just one button. And they get a buff. Monk would also be pretty good, because they just get straight up 320 with a fast GCD. It just spam Dragon Kick. Like, that's pretty good. Samurai would be... Actually, Samurai is one of the jobs that is the worst with only 5 buttons. Like, if you had only 5 buttons... Oh, yeah, now I remember. I remember Gazel had made, like, a super cursed Samurai build, where they had Meikyo Shisui, I think it was Gazel, had chosen Meikyo Shisui, Gecko, Kasha, Yukikaze, and Iaijutsu. Nailed it. Like, what are you doing outside of Meikyo Shisui? Not much. Just spamming garbage Gecko. Oh man, 210 potency. But hey, when you have Meikyo Shisui, it's okay. And if you actually try to make like a functional samurai thing, you could probably do something like... I think the best you could do is something like, you know, Yohu, Yukikaze, and maybe both Shihu and Jinpu for the damage buffs. And then you have to choose between Iaijutsu for Higanbana or Shinten. Because you'll eventually generate some Kenki with Yukikaze. You could also, like, drop the damage buffs and just have Yohu, Yukikaze, Iaijutsu, Shinten, and Hagakure. I mean, I like that. So yeah. Since I didn't have it at me to go with only ninjutsu ninja, that would be pretty funny. would be really funny. See, that is also what happened a lot, is that people would, like, instead of going with the, like, trying to make the smartest thing, they'd go, well, I think it would be really funny to do this. And somehow it would kind of work out. Like, the most impressive thing still, I think that... I remember someone clipped it, but we were like, what trial are we getting? And someone said, the first trial of Endwalker. Then we queue, and of course it's an 8-man pre-made. I wouldn't have any random suffer that nonsense of everyone just bringing 5 buttons. And boom, we get exactly Dark Inside. And then we have to figure out what buttons we're bringing. And the miracle of it all was that that the red mage of the group had chosen Verese. Otherwise, I don't think it would have happened. Machines with drill, shotgun, hypercharge, heat blast, and ricochet. Yeah, that could work. And it would also be better now, because you'd get Blazing Shot and Checkmate? Yeah, Checkmate. Thank you, Aerodil. But yeah, it was we never got to do the 4-button Dark. Oh yeah, I do remember people tried to put together a group to do it. And yeah, that is true, Emir. What I meant was just in general that build would be slightly better. But you would have Blazing Shot. Also, two drills, that's true. On the other hand, the drill wouldn't scale with skill speed, assuming you had any. For better or worse. Probably worse. But there is something funny about... We have this, like, we do that challenge, and then Viper comes out, and Viper is basically, like, it's designed to beat this challenge. Like, Viper could actually work with just 1 button. Viper could actually work with 2 buttons. It could work decently well with 3 buttons. It could work really well with 4. It could work really well with 5. Like, it doesn't actually care. It's just, how many buttons are you giving me? Okay, I'll make it work. And if you had Monk now with 1 button, you just choose Dragon Kick. And if you had 2 buttons, honestly, yeah, you'd probably do something like Dragon Kick and Twin Snakes. And you have 3 buttons, you just continue down the line, because the step 2 and the step 3s there have slightly more potency than Dragon Kick. But you'd need 4 before you'd even consider anything else. Yeah, that could work, Joel. That is fair. I think we actually we had that. I think I might have used that build at some point. But yeah, the specific thing that I'm not entirely sure on is specifically whether you choose both Ruin and Outburst. One button monk is forbidden meditation. Yeah, I only do a thing every 5 seconds. What of it? Actually... With only one button, you'd probably choose six-sided star, come to think of it. That's more damage than Dragon Kick. And with two buttons, I'm pretty sure six-sided star would still be better. So, like, maybe you just do six-sided star and Riddle of Fire. Or maybe you do six-sided star and Brotherhood, hope that everyone else can give you some chakra to spend with six-sided star. Is more DPS? I mean, six-sided star is 780 potency. Dragon Cake is 320. So, two Dragon Cakes is 640. One six-sided star is 780. That's like a 140 potency difference. And if you had two GCDs, you'd just like alternate between these two, which would average 370, which times 2 is 740. Six-sided star still wins. Riddle of Wind for the auto attacks? Oh yeah, that could also be. That could also be. But yeah, legitimately, most jobs would just not function with only one button. And it would be incredibly boring to be like the tank or the healer in that scenario, because you don't even have a choice. It's like, I mean, as a tank you could choose an AoE, but you can't hold aggro with that. You need to choose your ranged attack that has a bigger enmity multiplier. As a healer, you have to choose a heal, like a spammable heal, so you don't really have choices. Like, either you choose the AoE one, or you choose the single target one. You pick. And then all of the DPS get to look at... I choose Holy. That's my healing button. And all of the DPS get to look at their toolkits and go, which one attack is best? And a few of them actually have choices. A lot of them don't. Like, Black Mage would be completely pointless. Like, it's completely unfunctional with only one button. But it could work with two, maybe. Ham says with the boosted enmity of the first AoE step, you're almost close to holding enmity, but the range attack is better DPS. Ham, I just want to reiterate that the increased enmity on the AoE combo isn't the same multiplier as Tomahawk. It's times 2. Like, it's 220. The monk strolling in with this is going to overtake you in one hit. The rest of the party is also mostly doing nothing. You're doing 220 potency enmity per action. Your DPS are probably doing 300 plus. And also your 220 has a 0.8 multiplier. So it's like closer to 180. Although in fairness, if your DPS was actually choosing an AoE attack, then we might be we might have something to work with. The main reason why you'd kind of have to choose the ranged attack is because the ranged attack has, I'm not sure if it's 5 or 7 times multiplier. I can't remember if it depends on the job, but I have seen it be 7 and 5. And 5 would at least allow you to grab one thing. But admittedly, Monk would still win over Tomahawk. If the Monk just used six-sided star once. So yeah, it probably wouldn't work. But that's the best you have. Like, genuinely, we might be in a situation where the tank would just be like, I mean, you just have, like, you have to wait for 3 Sunders, man. But it is pretty funny, because if you went up to 2 buttons, a tank would easily be able to hold it by just choosing tank stance and AoE button. Just the range attack is more than enough to in 4 buttons to hold aggro? Well, then there you go. But then again, with 4 buttons, the monk doesn't open with nearly 800 potency. Dawntrail says, who would have guessed that tank stance exists for a reason? Well, I heard a story about a tank recently that would have you think otherwise. Not for good reason. I did the only range attack on Lakshmi on one of the runs. I do remember that. I mean, that should work, especially because it's like, it's reasonably high enmity every GCD. What happened in the roulette? Well, I was the replacement tank, so you probably understand exactly what happened, right? Basically, the story went that we had 2 DPS players that were being flamed by the tank for over-aggroing them. And when the tank was asked to turn on their tank stance, they said that they didn't want to. And somehow, I replaced that tank after they had cleared the second boss. Oh yeah, the healer was also queued with the tank, and they left when the tank got kicked. Which is pretty funny. Sounds incredibly stupid in that tag. Oh yeah, it was also the newest dungeon, so it was like a level 100 tank. Real nice. Anyway, was that like 40 flaws? Oh yeah, and 10 horde. Alright, Emir, enjoy your evening. Thank you for the luck with the jet black die. That has to have been you. Oh. What does that look like? Very big. Orange. Small gloves. They're not worth that much. That amazing sound effect wasn't worth it. Nice. Oh, nice. Money. Sweet. Forgetting stance of it is fine, but not using it on purpose is new. You see, that's that's actually the weird thing. I've heard, you know, we've all seen it, and we've probably all been that tank that went, oops, forgot the tank stance. And then you just turn it on. We've probably also all been the tank that forgot it, and then someone mentioned it, and then we go, oh, whoops, sorry, and then we turn on the tank stance. I would hope, and I believe that my viewers are better than this. I would hope that none of us gathered here today are the tank that actually gets mad about it when someone goes, oh, by the way, remember tank stance, when your tank stance isn't even on. And then there's going one step further and just going, I didn't forget it, I don't want to use it. Why not? Because Boomermet says, I'll get mad, but at myself. Like, as I said, I've done it. Like, just the other day when we were doing Unreal clears, we had a really awkward situation because I forgot to taunt the boss, if I remember correctly. It might also have been on the extreme practice. But I just said that's because I'm an idiot. Like, we're in trouble because I'm an idiot, because I didn't taunt. FFXIV, the best I can offer you is this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was exactly what happened, Ham. That I didn't taunt after I'd been picked up. Nox says I get slight annoyance when I have it on from the start and someone still goes stance in chat. I don't think I've actually ever seen that, but I have seen a case where, I can't remember if it was me, but like the tank didn't have stance on. And in like almost like frame perfect, the same instant that a person said, by the way, remember your tank stance, the tank just turned it on. And then got mildly annoyed about it. Like, I already did it! Relax. When I said it, you didn't. But yeah, I think like the general advice I would say here is just, I mean, sure, there are some players that are like know-it-alls that'll tell you how to do it even though you know exactly how to do it. I guess I might have gotten more neutral towards that, because sometimes when you're streaming, there are people joining the chat that want to help. They're giving advice because they want to help. But Streamer Man knows how it works. The reason they're not doing the thing is because they are choosing to do it differently. Or worse, they know that the advice is bad. But you don't have to get mad about it. Exactly, Nox. Why aren't you doing Mario Kart? I mean, I think it's a lot more fun because we've started going away from why aren't you doing Mario Kart to people going, what's this strategy? Exactly, Dawntrail. Streamer Man has a whole series about knowing stuff and proving stuff wrong. But yet sometimes someone will say something where I'm like, no, that's not how that works. And if I'm confident enough that I'm right, I'll demonstrate it on stream. And I have done that, where like I've said something worked a specific way and then someone said, actually it works a different way. And then I say, okay, we'll figure it out. And then like as soon as I had time, I went and demonstrated it. And I can't remember what it was, but I'm pretty sure the last Palace of the Dead stream, I did exactly that. And I was like, okay, your claim is this, my claim is this. Let's see who's right. And then I switched to the job that had the action in question, pointed over it and went, well, guess you're right then. Fair enough. It could be fun to test how much enmity does range attack generate on tank. That is actually easy to test. The way you test it, the reason why I'm not just going to go and test it is because you're going to need 2 players and it might take a while. But the way you would test it is you grab one tank. You might need to test each range attack separately, because some of these range attacks have had different multipliers in the past. That's the reason why I said the 5 times and the 7 times thing. You might need to test them separately, because they might not have the same multiplier. But the way you test it, you go to a striking dummy, you grab a friend, you Do not turn your tank stance on, because that just means the other person has to work harder. You could turn it on later. The tank stance is a 10 times multiplier, so that's easy. It just means it's 10 times more than the base amount. You use Tomahawk, or whatever range attack, on a striking dummy. Write down exactly how much damage you did. Be in party with your friend, so that the enmity bars over here appear. Then, however you want to do it, have your friend gradually do approximately the same damage as Tomahawk did. So, let's say Tomahawk did 1000 damage. It'd probably do more than that, but let's say it did 1000 damage. Then, preferably, you would have your friend do exactly 1000 damage to that striking dummy. How big is that player's enmity bar now? Then they do it again. One more thousand, one more thousand, one more thousand. And when your friend overtakes you in enmity, you have an estimate. For example, if you use Tomahawk and it does 1000 damage, and your friend has to do over 5000 damage to gain aggro, for the striking dummy to switch to them, then Tomahawk has a 5 times multiplier. If you have to do 7000 damage, then it has a 7 times multiplier. The difficult part is that it can be difficult to do the exact amount of damage, but you can do it. You just use the attack once with the tank, and then you just write down how much you did, and then you have your friend, do a multiple of that amount of damage. And the reason why you don't need it to be more specific than when do they overtake is it's incredibly unlikely that Tomahawk has a decimal multiplier. It's more likely that its multiplier is 5 and you count it wrong than it is 5.1. And that is actually how we tested the enmity multiplier on the AoE attacks. It took us a minute. Just went overpower. I think we actually used Unleash, and then just had someone do exactly 2 times the damage of that Unleash did. And then they overtook it. Boom. The multiplier might be might be different between the tanks, but I find that highly unlikely. I imagine it's different per job. Exactly, that's why you have to test all 4 tanks. You have to test each of the range attacks, because we don't have evidence, I don't have evidence as we stand right here, right now, that they're different. But in Shadowbringers, they were different. If I remember correctly, I believe Tomahawk and Shield Lob had 7 times multipliers, while Unmend and Lightning Shot had 5. And exactly, Ham, the weird thing is that Unmend and Lightning Shot both did 150 potency at that time, if I remember correctly, and Tomahawk only did 140, but Shield Lob did 100. So it meant that Tomahawk won by a mile, because they had the better multiplier and the middle of the pack damage. Doesn't each tank AoE do different damage? They do, but the enmity multiplier is the same. Mainly, the reason why I'm saying that, having only tested one, is there is no logical reasoning for why they would have different multipliers on those actions. There's no reason for it. There's no need for it. So I find it incredibly unlikely that they would go, actually, I think that specifically Dark Knight's one should be stronger. But yes, if you wanted exact, perfect proof and evidence that you know for a fact that they are. If someone said it's a matter of life and death, someone is being threatened, you have to answer this correctly. Then, of course, I would test all 4. But the important part that we discovered was that the multiplier on the AoE attacks isn't insane. It's times 2, approximately, if not exactly. That's good enough for me. In the same way, we've also tested Summoner's Bahamut. It says there that it increases enmity and target when Solar Bahamut is summoned. Anyone remember how much enmity it does? 1. Exactly. It does 1 enmity. And like, I don't know what it is. Some, like, other players have noticed that for some reason, Summoner has a tendency to land higher on the enmity list despite doing less damage than other jobs. So they say the summons have a positive enmity multiplier for some reason. But there's no evidence for that. Like, there's no reason for that. The only way Summoner could do that is if there's some sort of hidden multiplier, someone missed something, or the sheer amount of healing that the Summoner provides to the team is what's causing it. But... Hey, Space Pirate! Hope you're doing well. But... this does a total of 400 cure potency and enmity. Because the heal over time effect doesn't generate any enmity. The buff application itself generates enmity, and when it changes to the different buff, it probably also generates a minuscule amount of enmity. It's very small amounts. This generates buff application enmity. But it doesn't generate any healing enmity, again, because it's healing over time, and healing over time no longer generates enmity. This generates healing enmity. But that's pretty much it. Didn't summons used to generate enmity a long time ago? Summons used to have their own separate enmity bar a long time ago. Summons also, like, summon attacks generate enmity for the summoner. Wasn't the healing over time thing only applied to specific hot spells? Sorry. HP restoration over time will no longer generate enmity with each tick of healing. Please note the initial execution of these actions will still generate enmity. What this means is that they still apply buff enmity. Hamzas, it's always funny when Kai knows exactly in which patch notes a certain change can be found. You can probably imagine the reason why I could guess which patch notes this was in. It was with 2 attempts. The reason why I said bling the first time was because I looked in the wrong patch notes. But that's because I've had this conversation a lot of times. There are people that still believe that healing over time generates a lot of enmity and that it's dangerous for a white mage to apply regen to the tank because you'd gain aggro. Also, this was also the patch where they made it so that crit and direct hit bonuses make you do more damage if you already are guaranteed. Yeah, this particular conversation comes up quite frequently. Yeah, my point is, I don't know what it is that makes summoners go high on enmity sometimes. But I also don't have a DPS meter, so I wouldn't be able to sit there in the middle of the fight and go, that's weird, why is the summoner, like, 3rd on enmity? They're 5th on damage. Like, I don't have that ability. But that's where it gets weird, is you see the summoner be high on enmity, but low on damage, and how does that work? But it could be the healing. It just feels absurd. Secretly ask for Fubuki. But yeah, you can get a lot of testing done on enmity in general. If you're ever curious about how enmity works in any way, the easiest way to play around with it is grab a friend, go in party, find a striking dummy, and then you just need both players on the enmity list. The funniest thing that you can test for yourself if you want a little bit of homework is grab your friend. One of you needs to have ninja unlocked and at least one mudra, which you should have at level 30. Have your friend attack, like have the person that is not the ninja use an action on the striking dummy. Then have the ninja enter combat with the striking dummy. I don't care how you do it. You could do it with an auto attack, but preferably you want to have less enmity than your friend. Now that you're both in combat, spam mudras. As in, do this. Every ding generates enmity, because it applies this buff to you. Repeatedly, somehow. I'm not entirely sure how that works, because it's technically not reapplying mudra, but it's applying an effect every time you use it. And that does indeed mean that you can over-aggro by doing that. But it generates so little that it hardly matters. If you want to take this a step further, because what you prove with this is that buff enmity exists, first of all, and that ninja can over-aggro with it. Now that you know this, do the exact same thing. Have one of you turn into a tank. Both enter combat with the striking dummy, preferably the person that isn't a tank. Like, do a little bit of damage. And then, now that the tank is in combat with it, you need to over-aggro by doing just this. Because not only does this generate buff enmity, but it actually has I am 99% certain that it actually is affected by its own enmity multiplier. As in, you get the buff, then you benefit from the buff, and then the enmity is generated. So you could actually, like, hit some mods, and then if something gets away from you, you just run along doing this. And then you just hope that you'll pick up the mob again. I need a gif of Caetsu doing the mudra dance. Do you know about using benediction on Sid? Yes. If I remember correctly, it does like 2 million healing or something. The tank stands only tank. It could work. It's an OGSD, you can only do AoE at the same time. So you can do AoE at the same time. You could. I don't recommend it because, well, maybe it could work. Like, you could do this, and like... It'd feel really awkward, but you could do it. But it's more like, if you're sprinting ahead, you might not be in range for anything. This is how we defeat the tanks in Alliance Raid Roulette who use Provoke off cooldown. This wouldn't help with that. It might help with that, but I'm pretty sure the better solution is just spam your range attack. If you're quick enough this Provoke spammer might not realize it. But if they're spamming provoke, what you do, like if they're actually spamming it, if you want to tank, you just provoke after them. You just provoke after them. Theirs is on cooldown. It comes back just before yours, so they'll provoke, you provoke. That's how you beat them. When you're gonna end an hour ago? Like 30 minutes ago, I think. But yes, you're right. That makes too much sense. The excess if another tank spams provoke, I'll let them and only interfere if they cause too many problems. See, the funny thing is that it's not like a perfect circle, but like the Venn diagram of tanks that spam provoke and have no idea what they're doing is reasonably heavily overlapped. That's why it's usually concerning for me when I have a tank that is spamming provoke. Is because what else do they not understand? But yes. We got like 40 floors. Like next time we get like the harder part of the last bit up to the prog, you could say. But if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you give it a like here on YouTube. That tells the YouTube algorithm that it was an enjoyable stream. You'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much for the support. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there is a link in the chat right there. There you'll find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is happening on a given week. I usually update it Sunday or Monday. And if you go to the announcement room, you'll find links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role, you'll get a notification whenever I post a video or a stream, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you prefer, you can also use the Ko-fi link in the description. It all supports me and the channel directly so that I can do things like this for and with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. And thank you, Ariel. But I think that'll be all from me. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.